shadows, Eden is filled. There I find you and I find me. I find you and I find me. The Bible says,
but I long to rise in the speaking the truth in love. Revealing all things grow up into Christ. Speaking the truth in love. We will grow up into Christ the head. Speaking the truth in love. Revealing all things grow up into Christ. Speaking the truth in love. We will grow up into Christ the head. Discipleship, discipleship, growing into Christian maturity, speaking the truth in love, we will grow up into Christ the head. Discipleship, discipleship, growing into Christian maturity, speaking the truth in love, we will grow up into Christ the head. Discipleship, growing into Christian maturity, speaking the truth in love, we will grow up into Christ the head. Discipleship, discipleship, growing into Christian maturity, speaking the truth in love, we will grow up into Christ the head. Discipleship, discipleship, growing into Christian maturity, speaking the truth in love, we will grow up into Christ the head. Discipleship, discipleship, growing into Christian maturity, speaking the truth in love, we will grow up into Christ the head.
You are welcome to today's reflection, upon Lent passages. And the theme for discussion today is the Lord restores. The Lord restores. And the Bible reading that we'll be considering is taken from Jeremiah chapter 18, verse 18 through to 22. Jeremiah chapter 18, verse 18 to 22. I'm reading from the ESV. Then they said, "Come, let us plot against Jeremiah, for the law shall not perish from the priests, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet. Come, let us strike at him with the tongue, and let us not pay attention to any of his words. Hear me, O Lord, and listen to the voice of my adversaries. Should good be repaid with evil? Yet they have dug a pit for my life. Remember how I stood before you to speak good for them, to turn away your wrath from them. Therefore, deliver up their children to famine. Give them over to the power of the sword. Let their wives become childless and widowed. May their men meet death by pestilence. Their youth be struck down by the sword in battle. May a cry be heard from their houses when you bring the plunderer suddenly upon them. For they have dug a pit to take me and lay snare for my feet. This is the word of God. Lent is a period for repentance, prayer, and fasting. And in the process, we consider the wrongdoings that we have fallen into. And then we pray and ask for forgiveness and also ask for strength to do better, and to remain steadfast in good fruits of the Spirit and even in physical life. In today's passage, Jeremiah complained to God about how some enemies have planned to destroy him. Their strategy was not to use arms of force, any guns, any bow and arrow, or any sword, but they planned to use propaganda, half-truths, and lies to destroy him. This is quite heartbreaking because it is very sinful. Meanwhile, Jeremiah had earlier on prayed to intercede before God for them so that the Lord could spare them evil and the wrath that the Lord intended pouring upon them. And in response, or yes, to repay the kind gesture that Jeremiah did, they are now planning evil against him. They are now planning to destroy him with lies and things of the sorts. Many times we are also faced with similar situations when, for no apparent reason, people rise to oppose us and seek our downfall. And in the process, they peddle lies and baseless falsehoods against us. When we think about it, we just cannot understand why people do that to us. At other times, our actions which are meant to be good, are done with good intentions, are misinterpreted as evil, and then we are brought under fire. This may not hurt if it comes from an enemy, because it may be expected, but it hurts so much if it comes from a brother or a sister. It comes from a family member. It comes from a fellow Christian. It comes from a fellow church member, your bosom friend. When such acts of destruction, such acts of maligning, is brought against you from people close to you, it is very, very painful. In the case of Jeremiah, it came from his own countrymen, people he had at heart and have been praying that it shall be well with them. It must have been very difficult for Jeremiah, when this was brought against him. But his reaction was correct. He turned to prayer and he said, "Listen to me, O Lord, Hear my accusers. Hear what my accusers are saying. However, instead of continuing in his prayer with supplication for strength to overcome evil with good, he prayed for revenge and destruction of his enemies. I must say that Jeremiah's prayer is in sharp contrast to what Jesus asks us to do in such situations. Jesus taught us to respond to such antagonizing situations with a display of God's love. Jesus says in Luke chapter 6, verse 27, he says, "But I say to you, love your enemies. Do good to those who hate you. Bless those who curse you, and pray for those who spitefully use you." Jesus further emphasizes, "But love your enemies. Do good to them, and lend to them without expecting to get anything back. Then your reward will be great, and you will be sons of the Most High, because he is kind to the ungrateful and wicked. Be merciful, just as your Father is merciful," says Jesus. Jesus demonstrated this practically on the cross, when after he had been whipped, after he has been mistreated and enduring excruciating pain, he prayed for his enemies on the cross, saying, "Father, forgive them, for they do not know what they do." And because Jesus followed this pathway of mercy and forgiveness, God did not abandon him in death, for with great power the Father brought him up out of death. He raised Jesus and he seated him on his right-hand side. Similarly, if we also devote ourselves to God and follow the pathway of mercy which Jesus took, we shall not be abandoned by God to evil. God will surely come to our aid. More than that, he will restore to us whatever the enemy may have devoured from us in our quest to be like our Father in heaven. The condition that enables us to receive divine restoration is for us to devote ourselves to God, our Father, and as dearly beloved children, seek to be like him, imitate him, as Ephesians chapter 5, verse 1 admonishes. Through hatred and enemy action, I want to ask, have you lost anything that you want God to restore to you? Surely, he will restore if you make it a priority to imitate his love and mercy and be more and more like Jesus. After all, he has said that vengeance belongs to him. God will restore your fortunes and the fortunes of your dwelling place, and you shall no longer walk as a person that is devastated by the devil. By the restoration, God will change the narrative of your life, and you shall break forth with singing and rejoicing. Therefore, as we go through these solemn days of Lent, days of prayer and fasting and meditation, let us make it our aim to be merciful and forgiving, and look more and more like our Father in heaven and like our Lord Jesus. Let us for now shelve the example of Jeremiah when he was praying for vengeance and for the destruction of his enemies. I say again, let us be, like our Father in heaven and go according to what Jesus said, that we should love our enemies, we should pray for them, and those who curse us, we should even bless them. Now, I want you to consider the following for meditation and prayer today. Think hard and see which person or persons have hurt you so much and they need your forgiveness. Again, can I ask you to spend a little time, praying to God and asking that God will give you strength to forgive all those who have hurt you and help you to forget the wrongdoing that must have been done against you. Also, I urge you to pray that God will be merciful to you and to persons that have hurt you. Is there anything in today's reflection that will help you to be hopeful and expectant of God's restoration? I urge you, go after that. Now, through prayer, ask God to restore any loss of joy, any loss of joy of salvation that you might have incurred. And also pray that God will restore you with the peace that surpasses all understanding. May the Lord be with you as you meditate upon these words during this Lent season. Amen. Anyamehi ke anyameyi, nyamime ke chemei. Noni yue babao ye blofu emie machona fiu ye gamli. Esijia ke Lent be ne woke solio, woke pa wotri amli, wokwa ake negbe wotonye. Ni wobio ake totomoye akiwo. Koni ake Yesu la achuwohi. Yeje no le umwe wobio ake nuncho aha wo hiwale. Ni wonye wokefi jalening kewu igbe hie nyam. Mene nikane mo ni wakanie echon ake Jeremiah afele niseni aning ndo echi ebenke Yehowa ke yafonui ni noni eko jiake alo noni male hani wonu nshi jiake meni tawo eshigbemo meni tawo na mefitele jeni amehie kakla alo amehie klanti shi amedianja amena sanejia ake ameke amale ke yuemo fon ba fiti Jeremiah ke nuncho pono ni afio miye nse na no ndemo hie min solemi ha me koni oname mobo meni hewon esa ake efon ato ipapa ni mifie nachia na kanji Jeremiah yuemo ni echon ehie ebote solemomli chimone ba chano ne ba soli ake anhale iwale nenye eke ekpakpa aye efon no ebon solemo ake nuncho akatan enyelo ahie efite enyelo ahie ni mindmo bia minka ake neke Jeremiah solemone eke Yesu Kristo chomo pagbe eja ake Yesu Kristo chonwo ake keje bale nakanye wosumu wo henyelohe meni fio wo efun wo fi ame juno meni lomo wo jo ame meni fio ni seni ani wo sole wo ha ame Ni Yesu chon ene na pepepe. Beni afele ni seni ani agwaole ajele. Yesemochu eno. Ne gbele na ike ata ngo fame. Shamele na mefio. Yesu Jesu mo petenkleko echon enyeloi. Ni energy no ni nuncho tawo wofi. Ake ni Yesu fe na kan hewole. Nuncho ekwale ye gbohia jeng. Shimo eke hewale petenkle tele shinke je gbohia ting. Ni engole eta inine jinono. Ni minta ni ma keake. Kaji wohu wona mobo. Ni wo fe tamo boni Yesu fe. Chale ni onwe ekwan wo kokoko. Ebaije ebuawo. Koni ewo wono. Koni wonye ake kunim jeloi. Mene gbine minta no liake. Be piye. Ofe komoko noko. Shoba na ke nchembu. Ofe komoko noko. Shoba na ke ta onye patamo. Shinoni sani wofe jinoni Yesu Kristo echonwo. Waka solitamo boni Yeremia solie ake nuncho akpata wo enyolo ahie. Kaja mehie pata na mo ba hishine na yura heremo ni nuncho ke ba habuwe. Yesu ke solemo hame. Koni ahia hame. Solemo hame. Ni amena wala asechele. Ni amena yura heremo ni nuncho ke ba herebuwe. Neken lent be na miye ni wo solio ni wo hioma ni wo susuo ni bi ahie nya ni wo kasia boni anamobo nya ni wo kasia boni akeni nkio bi ni afi ko ni che le hu eke wo no fe eke wo no to mo efe akiwo ko ni wo hu eye ebuawo tam boni efe eha Yesu e minta mo bio ake ani mokoye ne ye bua wiko no mi efu hu efe ebo ejuno efe ebo efonko ni okake ene ewokele yue don menegbine min pabufai komo Yesu kono kefe akile binuncho hewale koni onye oke ekpakpa femo aye efonno ni minta no liake kaji ofe na kan nuncho bagbele nwenne abo ni ba jobo baba o you are jo neto you are we here no ne drobo you are ne here akpe ono ni abo twenjole Yesu Kristo gbe amle amen.
I
Adishimangana, Ebrimangana, Yehenna Henmano, Somani Beyea, Somani Betumpona, Somani Bokokana, Ofri Hen Abrabo. Adishimangana, Adishimangana, Ebibimangana, Yeyenina Yenemano, Somanyi Bejejea, Somanyi Botopona, Somanyi Bokokana, Ofir Yena Brabo. Oman Mapa, Ganaman Bapa, Yebi Wawumana, Oman Yibeyo, Yebi Wawumana, Oman Yibatumpono, Oman Bapa, Ganaman Bapa. Yebi woman, Adishimangana, Se omani beya, Ofrihana brabo, Adishimangana, Adishimangana, Ebrimangana, Yehenna Henmano, Omani Beya, Somani Betumpona, Somani Wokokana, Ofri Hen Abrabo. Adishimangana, Adishimangana, Ebibimangana, Yehenna Henmano, Somani Beya, Somani Botopona, Somani Bokokana, Ofri Hen Abrabo. Oman Bapa, Ganaman Bapa, Yebi Wawumana, Oman Yibeyo, Yebi Wawumana, Oman Yibetumpono, Oman Bapa, Ganaman Bapa. Yebi Wawumana, Oman Yibeyo, Yebi Wawumana, Oman Yibetumpono.
Yahweh, yourself, not in one apart, evianitena, ma omani musem, Yahweh, yourself, not in one apart, eviana pre. Yahweh, Yasem, Nadrin, who Anapa, Eviana, Brinina, Sawu, Bobaya, Kai, Ghana, Supra, Wanakopon, Fagana, Shenisa, and all. Oh, your mom, papa.
never forget that we are one nation under God, then we will be one nation gone under. Ghana, Ghana mine, Ghana, Ghana mine, Yamin Kurayan, Asuye, Dada Fahudi, Nayawa, Ghana, Ghana, Ghana mine, Ghana, Ghana mine, Yamin Kurayan, Asuye,
Dada Fahuti na yewo.
Never forget that we are one nation under God. Then we will be one nation gone under.
Ghana, Ghana, mine. Ghana, Ghana, mine. Nyamin Kurayan, Asunge, Dada Fahuti na yewo. Ghana, 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 mine. Ghana, Ghana, mine. Nyamin Kurayan.
It's another beautiful Monday morning. Major thanks for joining us on this week's edition. And today, we can't do this without you, but major thanks for joining us. We are live on Facebook. Don't forget to take your phones and join us. If you are taking your walk or you are going out of your homes to your workplaces, don't forget to take us along at all. We are on Facebook, WTV Ghana, and of course on the Methodist Churches Ghana platform. Mwene wakebo eba, mwene ju wakebo baje shishi pepepe, nwako ba hiemia keashi suha eko. Mwene ju waba wakeni bipi ba banyagbeno ene ya sign aba. Yaba ni die okanye hu ewa hanum. Aha eye WTV da se pase wabe kanye hu na yenko nkranhyesem ene yabefa ya kinkansem efri Jeremiah chapter 18 verse 19. Jeremiah wulole icho ni jinyongma pa nyoke ashi kuku ni jinyongma kenne hu ni ike ake no he wole misole mike ake au Yehowa o fine bomitui asan obume ni kemi enale hu tui. And then the English also reads that, listen to me, O God, hear what my accusers are saying. So if you are coming to explain what Jeremiah was saying, we would have enemies from left, right, center. Others would just come to you and let you know that this is what they don't like about you. Others would also go through it the subtle way. They will see you and give you some attitude. They will see you and do all sort of things. But, today we are here. Whatever that they do, we are here. God is with us. And so why don't you bring your petition in front of God? Just lay it bare before him, because without him we can do nothing. He is there for us and he will always be there for us. And one only one time work cable keje Jeremiah will let chon akeshi. Many small work and many small work and work ame was satin, ame was sham, ame wo kuchiami, ame wo kuami. If any waba chon ameke woye. Ne wo esa no kwa ke o mene ne keke mi yo he wo mi huma chinhi shimo no ni sane wo fe kekeji wo baba he wo he wo ke ni fe mo fe ameni fe mo fe wo wa ke Yehowa ke wo ke leji moni e banye ta wo twi ne ta wo nyele ho atwi he bona fe ni ekue amenye amenna dwemo chake mu keke agbene no fe na me fe wo ni ji ni ne sa ka ni se ni ani mfe anye aji keje wo gbe no lebi ne energy no nko bo minije wo ha omo whatever that is disturbing you then cry na ye wo ha wa ene otim obi wo ho no ma ompe wasem nzo be ma wo hu se ompe wasem obi wo ho nso ope wasem obi ma wo hu se ope wasem obi wo ompe wasem bo no anso no obesere sa nkofo we ni na omo ye yade a enye but yemfa ni na embra onyankopon nim ono nko a no betumi ajojo yakoma asa ajojo enemies nso omo akoma na omo asesa echine bi omo aba beka ye ho pepepe yeda se ene waje bre ahwe nkranhyesem na enne ye woniama bebre ma ebi ni se insem bebre akoso e wo Ghana mantem ha na 5 days ni internet enni ho 5 straight days internet enni ho. How many days do we have to wait until the internet pops back? Because then na mikita me phone no more data pa ba uso a enye ejuma u send message ebecha but ebeko but answer na ebeko no na bia America krabem na America krabem na just nipa na send message so ono so nensa enka message no afen so okay say education system no na shift system bi wo mu hu akwale bi echi na obiza na say oh ene me kwa anapa hu na ewia na obiza na say o me kwa anapa hu na ewia na obiza na o say o me ko hu na anapa na obiza na o say me ko ewia se sia by a court system na eno na yebisa say ebi ye ana because e do maybe na education system no shift system e be jaye in the court nso say omo aba say e bi a china wo asem bi e betimi ni wa to ewia wo asem bi betimi ni wa to anapa nti no so ye de nhwemu ebebrel. And your question of the day and they say what Methodist heritage ena unim ewo Ghana ha inti Methodist abakosem pen baby a heritage site wo ehefa pa na unim say bishe unim baby e sha ofren a obetumi edi sa asem no ede abre ene brain game ho last week na me mu ka say oh we dey gamma lizard we dey oh we akakra ena stars kakra ene ye the brain game for bro unim answer na edru sam men na also the answer na abre on all social media platforms afenso ye ba ye the insurance minutes bebro ye the apomudin bebro na ya sat na say asem kese pepe pese na oni mi da no ene ye besan aye ansa na ye be kwa akotwa ye ho no ye nje ya boafo nkra to kakra embra baako Danwall insurance into who pay any insurance policy biya baako any contractors or risk near twice on marine insurance and bonds home protection policy, personal accident policy, workman's compensation. Nini na ubetumi enya ewo Danwall insurance ubetumi shawo osu just behind the Osu Presbyterian Church. And I say ubetumi afre 0242 439 488. KFK Foods upe fufu anapa we edia ubetumi nyebi wo KFK upe insa soft drinks and no more be nebi wo honom afen so pe baby aye o party pe baby aye o outdoor no pe baby aye o naming ceremony bia tema community 25 e wo ho ma o so KFK 4 there and I say oba nkran ha obi share more ground floor Wesley Towers honoma and from 0244 637 647. Afen to the Methodist University Ghana admissions at the next semester is still ongoing into uye Methodist near form say a free mile uye non Methodist ubetia ka krebi for 0558309059 Sankofa natural spices me je say weekend di udi Sankofa enwa weduane ena ofre obetwe me senia Sankofa ekoye nti upe beef and chicken spice fish spice wo ho curry and nutmeg nso wo ho ginger and garlic powder jollof rice spice afi noodles and spaghetti ena Sankofa stew mix e wo ho from 0555 603 143. Afen so credit ope loan agna multi credit e wo ho e de ma from 0322 037 418. Afen Methodist Investment and Properties Limited MIPL until no pe African printer ope kasok e de acho sofo ope anniversary cloth ope t-shirt ope Lacoste bibia ope bia obetimi ohun omo e wo Grant House just adjacent the Holy Spirit Cathedral Adabraka Accra ye twa ye ho abaye ba ye betina snide nsema e wo internet so e na afi sukuru akrata ye de na ebebro ye kwaba. KFK Foods is an award-winning world-class restaurant with over 10 years experience in both local and continental dishes. We render services for parties, cafeteria services for schools and hospitals, individuals, corporates and institutions, as well as groups who want to treat their partners to delicious meals and services. We have all local and international dishes including banku with tilapia, fufu with light soup, fried rice with grilled or fried chicken, assorted fried rice, fish with chips, noodles and spaghetti, pizzas, pastries, shawarma, beef and chicken sauces. All kinds of breakfast baskets in Accra. Locate us at the Ambassadorial Enclave on the first floor of the Wesley Towers at 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. from Monday to Saturday. In Tema, locate us at Community 25 Annex, where the event center is located at 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. from Monday to Sunday. For all orders, call us on 0244 637647 or WhatsApp us on 050 33171153. KFK Foods, you deserve it.
Kovi Tiger Nut Powder, Yakofa Ediaba. Way if you Kovi organic foods for and some. Yeka wasem no. Eye atadia ya tadia. Ane ya hata. Ye wie ne esi debi. Ye di from fidiem ni ya yam. Enti bibi ye wombia no. Eye organic ankasa. Yeka ni say ne so no. De. Oyo bema oyo ba na wutie. Wofu ede wanimu no. Esomro so. Woni maame papa bi wo wasitre yare bi. Anase moja broso anase moja ne krantimi nie fu sane a besro 𝗟𝗜𝗙𝗘 powder. Eno achi no, ye kan say ya, ye ntua wo a, wo yo baatan na wo ma bofra nufu. Wo hia nufu so pa. E wo se wonya bi. Na ba betimi afre afaso 0244 78 76 39 and 0558 400 265. 𝗟𝗜𝗙𝗘 powder. Akoya ne 2 in 1. It's winya bitwa. Won't we take care of it? Won't we home we? Eya pompi papa e na odi ama wo.
Say dwedi enkratwe. FDA ahwehwem agye atom se eye.
We are back again and it's time for 𝗟𝗏𝗘. Yeah, that's a what's I'm becoming home at the 𝗟𝗏𝗘. So, me ding at the miss na mini.
𝗟𝗏𝗘𝗏𝗘.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miss.
All girls are fair.
Exactly.
That may be some who and maybe say, hey, so for how long are we going to? I mean, over the weekend, most of the stories were going on, listen to radio here and there. When I was moving from one place to the other, so you sit in church or you get to listen to a lot of things. And I was asking myself, for how long are we going to sit down and wait for the internet to come?
Exactly, because I was thinking, say, we were just, everything will be restored. Because even yesterday, for me, me call 𝗟𝗓𝗡 challenge kakra. Because of internet ni exactly but a challenge kakra ma mintina e was say ye nante ekokwan ho ekope taxi na chocho.
But what is the NCA saying about this? NCA ka effort sa sem ho na ene say Ghanaians battling interruptions from their data service providers may have to wait for at least another 5 weeks. This is because that is how long the National Communications Authority estimates it may take for the faulty undersea cables to be restored, bringing back stable connection in the affected countries. The NCA made this known in a press release on Saturday, March 16, 2024. This was after a meeting with the 4 subsea cable landing service providers ACE, Main 1, SAT 3 and WACS. It comes 3 days after data services for most of the telecommunications companies shut down, impacting people and businesses in some African countries, including Ghana, South Africa, Nigeria, Ivory Coast, Liberia, Benin, Burkina Faso are among other nations bearing the brunt. NCA said the sea cable landing service providers have remotely identified the approximate locations of the damage and are ready to dispatch repair vessels to assess them. Based on the above, the sub-sea cable landing service providers have indicated an estimated time frame of a minimum of 5 weeks for full service restoration from the time the vessel are dispatched to the various locations, the NCA stated.
Internet problems who ensem yi ena NCA for National Communications Authority for kase it will take about 5 weeks, which is approximately kan ebia bosome any 1 week. And sana internet no yebetumi are restore no totally fully na afi so almost enye Ghana in Kwana ye ho aka na South Africa for Nigeria for Ivory Coast for Liberia, Benin, Burkina Faso and other countries and one so they are facing the same problem. Entino Ghana for yema yakuma and to yeyem.
Afe ye twaswa na ye ko Accra Kumasi highway so na asem bia abeto honom no na me do I mean say sometimes when I have to pick a car probably from here to Kumasi, I'm very skeptical about it. Sometimes I just have to keep praying until you get to Kumasi.
Usho.
Hey, now I didn't know. I mean, me baby truck fine mukaya misro. I have to stand and wait. And we say car biamba. Then over the weekend, Saturday, I had to travel. So I was going through the internet. Me realized that when I got to where I was going to, the internet was a bit stable.
Okay.
So now I was going through Facebook, and I obi reels I mean who ye. Me say nani pani obi chat or a video call.
Okay.
So apparently he had to switch in the front camera and the back. Nani pani person who be on nam.
Okay.
No na motorway so.
Okay.
Cars in the jinama, including the person or casano. We jinama the passenger is a pedestrian and crossing.
Okay.
Crossing we kaka do the end of the road. Motor free, the blind side of the driver and guy. So I was asking myself, what can we do to salvage the situation? Because motorway is Sunday. You have to be overhead be our.
Exactly. And now saying so when we say I think a lot of people cross the motorway a lot as compared to earlier about 10 years, 12 years ago.
A lot of factories there was
exactly and a lot of Patterson. So about betnet now motorway ain't you know.
So in the entire assembly, and then it said 21 persons have been confirmed dead in a gory head-on collision involving 2 vehicles on the Accra-Kumasi highway. Other passengers are reported to have sustained various degrees of injuries from the ghastly car crash. The incident occurred on Friday night, March 15, involving a Sprinter bus and another minibus on the Quarcoo stretch of the road in the Ashanti region. Eyewitness recounted that one of the drivers who was speeding made a wrongful overtaking leading to the collision. Reports suggest that 14 individuals died on the spot, including drivers of both vehicles, while 7 passed away at the latter at the Juaso and Konongo government hospitals. While rescuers tried retrieving the dead bodies, another oncoming vehicles that could not see the mangled vehicle on the road rammed into them, resulting in another death. One of the vehicles ahead of those that crashed also veered off into a ditch. The driver of that vehicle sustained injuries. Bodies of the deceased have since been deposited at the 𝗟𝗚𝗙𝗘 mortuary and the Konongo government hospital, with other survivors of the accident undergoing treatment. This morning I was also listening to City and I realized that one person has also added up to the death. Those who were sent to the hospital for treatment. One has making it 22 years.
Eye anapaidie yante asempa. Eye Accra Kumasi highway so now. Accident esiso eye Sprinter bus ne minibus enya accident ewo so na nipa 21 ene se miss na ekase bako asanso abeka ho amano aye 22 wonom ahwe won enkwa ewo Quarcoo stretch no so on the Kumasi Accra highway entino ye bestre a driver for nyina say Easter ebe
kebab ewo car ni mwana
entino ye bestre a driver for say Easter ebe wonoma wo Kumasi eba enkwan ekokwewu ene ade yesre mo monto moboase mayen.
This is no good news for us as a country. We are entering into the festive season again. I don't know where we are always in a hurry to. Whether you like it or not, whether there is traffic or not. Okay, better still, if there is traffic and you want to leave early so that you beat the traffic.
And in as much as the drivers are not maybe driving well yeah. Car maintenance non so and also car maintenance.
Someone of make say maintenance no. Maintenance boy, especially spare parts, they would want to increase the fares. We as citizens would also complain. The passengers will complain.
Exactly.
It's almost fixing the car and you can fix it like that and then let's move.
Ain't Miss Na yam to the next story.
Ain't yet to us there say beginning I can say education system shifts not shift to akwala wi na obisa no se me kwa na pa na na pa na obisa no se me wi ya we free no so akodi ago na court the shift system bim and I'll say we write to inform you that the Honorable Lady Chief Justice has introduced a court shift system on a pilot basis of optimizing the use of existing court resources to reduce the volume of cases before the courts effective 25th of March 2024. The rationale for the court shift system stems from the fact that findings from a fiscal court of dockets undertaken in all courts nationwide demonstrates that a number of identified courts have huge caseloads, with some in excess of 600 pending cases. It is envisaged that a court shift system, when implemented, will reduce the backlog of cases in the specified courts, improve accessibility to justice for citizens by offering flexible court hours that accommodate diverse schedules and enhance the overall effectiveness of the judicial system. Now, the court shift system will be implemented on a pilot basis in the underlisted 8 selected courts. High Court 1, Adenta, High Court 2, Adenta, High Court 1, Amasaman, Circuit Court, Weja, District Court, La, District Court, 𝗟𝗏𝗍, District Court A and B, Madina, High Court in Nsawam. The morning shift for affected courts will be from 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 a.m., while the afternoon session will be from 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. Please accept the compliments of the Honorable Lady Chief Justice, signed by Justice Sierra Pamela 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗘, Judicial Secretary, and copied to the Honorable Lady Chief Justice.
Enti senior miss na kan from the beginning na school morning and afternoon, and it is going to be introduced or implemented in our courts, which is the implementation of court shift system. Na eno eight underlisted courts yade womo ebeye on pilot basis. One High Court 1 ewo Adenta, High Court 2 eno so ewo Adenta, High Court 1 ewo Amasaman, Circuit Courts ewo Weja, District Courts ewo La, District Courts ewo 𝗟𝗏𝗍, District Court A and B ewo Madina, High Court ewo Nsawam. Na morning shift no from 8:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. and our afternoon sessions no from 2 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. because this is also in relation to caseload with some 600 pending cases. 600.
Wow. Let me be something say, can we wake up in a day and not find anybody at the police station? And then someone was like, no, we can't. It's not possible. In this life, not in this country, in this life, it is not possible.
Yes,
for us to wake up
true.
from Monday, even the whole of Monday, and not find one case. Would have got not any of the police stations. Would that's now maybe 2 hours. You find more than 3 cases in that. New cases, and yes, old cases. I'm talking about new cases.
Okay.
Yes. If you sit there for 30 minutes, you find one. Another 45 minutes, you get another one.
Another person
yes.
will come again.
So we can't do away with it. But the shift system for a lawyer to close as late as 6:30. Before leaving and if the proceedings prolong, that means that we are going to go around 7:30 into 8. Is that possible? Is that feasible? Anyways, let's see how it goes. The piloting is in Accra.
Exactly.
So we'll definitely have concerns to be raised as time goes by. But we pray that there will be no concerns. It will go on smoothly. Yes. Now, Russia-Ukraine war, is it really affecting Ghana?
It is.
Because we're in our own crisis.
Okay.
We're in our own crisis.
Fourth story.
Yeah, the fourth story. So the chairman of the Finance Committee, 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗘, has attributed the country's current economic crisis to decades of reckless public expenditure and economic mismanagement, acknowledging the adverse impact of the COVID-19 pandemic and the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war. Mr. 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗘 refuted the notion that these global events were the sole cause of the crisis. He said, and I quote, "I am not with the school of thought that we are not going to experience a financial crisis, but for these COVID-19 and Ukraine war. The country was always going to have some financial crisis. It might have delayed a little bit, but if COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war had not happened, but the fact remains that with the path we are walking, we were definitely going to get there," he said. Mr. Kwarteng, who doubles as the MP for 𝗏𝗏𝗏 West, made this assertion during an interview, highlighting a persuasive culture of overspending and a lack of fiscal discipline. Mr. Kwarteng noted that Ghana's current predicament is not solely a result of recent economic mismanagement, but rather the culmination of decades of bad politics and economic mismanagement. Miss Rachel.
COVID-19 and Russia Ukraine war and semena womo ekase, it is the cause of the current economic crisis. Amount for so say enye eno ena ede the current economic crisis aba na minim niewo so odwen efa ho. Minim niewo so odwen efa ho. Miss, now what do you think about it?
So before COVID-19, we're getting to this point already. So if the Finance Committee Chair of Parliament is saying that, well, there were mismanagement here and there before COVID-19 set in 2019, but probably this had fueled the issue of our crisis. It's not like we were not in crisis. We are, or we were, but the issue of COVID-19 and Russia-Ukraine war has influenced it or increased the crisis that we were in. We are not saying that it is not part of it. We are not saying it is or it is not. But probably it has a way of influencing what we're already going through.
Okay.
So I think I side with the man on what he said. Yeah.
Okay.
Inti yeko sports mu agro. Say returning Black Stars coach 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 has named Joseph, John Pinto and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 as assistant coaches. Laumann, an UEFA Pro license holder, previously played in Cyprus, Germany and Vietnam. In coaching, he has had stints with Standard Liège, VfL and Barnsley in the English Championship. Also, in the backroom staff are the former Black Star players John Pinto and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. John Pinto played for Fulham, West Ham United and Kaizer Chiefs of South Africa before hanging his boots after featuring in 2 FIFA World Cup tournaments for Ghana. The former Brecum Arsenal and Liberty professional player is a Ghana legend of 89 caps, a former captain and member of the squad that won bronze in the 2008 Africa Cup of Nations. John was also a former assistant coach at Kaizer Chiefs and the CAF License B holder. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, a former goalkeeper of Voradep, Quarcoo United, Ashanti Gold and Orlando Pirates, presented Ghana 23 times and featured in the 2014 World Cup in Brazil. Ghana Football Association hopes to provide the necessary support to the newly formed technical team to ensure their success. The GFA has also called on Ghanaians to exercise patience and offer the team their full backing as the nation embarks on this rebuilding process.
Ghana for nyina bekaya Black Stars coach 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 okoya wasan so ababiem na obaye no ode 3 names ababeto abonten say one na wobeye assistant coaches edin baako Joseph Laumann, John Pinto ene 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 na John na former assistant coach Emma Kaizer Chiefs any CAF license na osign so CAF license B holder 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and so na former goalkeeper Emma Quarcoo United, Ashanti Gold any Orlando Pirates. And these are the 3 names enipa miensa omudin abeto abonten afein so na John Pinto osign so ball Emma Fulham, West Ham United and Kaizer Chiefs ewo South Africa.
ene yenko amanone international news so but that's why Africa.
Yeah.
Niger's military government announced that it has ended an accord with the U.S. that allowed military personnel and civilian staff from the Department of Defense to operate in Niger days after holding high-level talks with U.S. diplomatic and military officials this week. So that was last week. The government of Niger, taking into account the aspiration and interest of its people, decides with full responsibility to denounce with immediate effect the agreement relating to the status of military personnel of the United States and the civilian employees of the American Department of Defense in the territory of the Republic of Niger. Niger military spokesman Colonel Major Amadou Abdraman said in a statement on national television announcing the change. The Major General added that the two agreements between the countries signed in 2012 was imposed in Niger and had been in violation of the constitutional and democratic rules of the West African nation's sovereignty. This agreement is not only profoundly unfair in its substance, but it also does not meet the aspiration and interests of the Nigerian people. Niger was once a key regional partner for the U.S., but relations have deteriorated since the military junta claimed power in the year 2023 in what the U.S. formally designed as a coup. Since then, the U.S. has withdrawn many of its 1,100 troops who were stationed in Niger.
Okay, inti nansemu yebekaya yate se Niger for enya war inkitin bi na finally no Niger and US for they have come to an end in terms of military agreement and no ena say no ababeto abonten so Auntie Miss Na, about this whole Niger ends military agreement with US calls it profoundly unfair. What is your take on it?
Okay, Auntie, I think this boils down to even as we as the West African states, ECOWAS, one after the other, they decided to, move from one place to the other. They have come out of ECOWAS. They say as almost say only US funds so relationship be. So I think that as member states we should all come together and find out what the real problem is, because that's the first question we should ask ourselves in terms of security, in terms of every other thing. Can they stand on their own? If not, then they still need help. One way or the other, whether you can stand on your own as a country or not, you need other people. Even if you are exporting, you need other people to buy your product. If you are importing, they also need us to also buy their products. So we need each other. So they should rethink about this whole thing, and then let's see the way forward. Now, yenko Quarcoo.
In Quarcoo, enti ene ejwada 18th of March 2024. Ye ko in Quarcoo na senye debia ye no Quarcoo ye de ebeshasi ye daily graphic ye daily graphic ya na katafa edikaino onom say lawyers split over court shift system. Ghanaians on edge await internet restoration. Power explores wind power plant in Anglonga. Graphic business and Stanbic breakfast tomorrow. And no ewo page 4 of ye daily graphic mu. Na ye twaso akowa krata ediswo anape ye debre ashefo eye daily guide katafan edikaino SHS's guaranteed food security, says Education Ministry. GNPC CEO spearheads Ghana's oil and gas success. 21 killed in bloody crash. Internet outage, 5 weeks minimum to restore connectivity, says NCA. And no so page 4 of ya daily guide Kowa Krata. Na ya twaso Kowa Krata ediso ya Ghanaian Times. They say they are the most authoritative newspaper. Kratafa Edikaino tragedy, 21 perish in horrific road crash. 4 children and others injured at Quarcoo near Konongo. There's adequate food supply to all senior high schools. Minister of Education 𝗟𝗜𝗙𝗘𝗏. Ghana estimated to lose $1.4 billion annually through illicit financial flows. Enti way so the Ghanaian Times Kowa Krata mu. Yeguso yetwaso Kowa Krata ediso the Chronicle. The Chronicle Kowa Krata, they say they are the spear of the nation. Na Kratafa edikaino. There will be no shortage of food in SHS and TVET ministry assures stakeholders. GNPC to drill first well in Voltarian Basin. Metro mass is rising into way ena ewo the Chronicle Kowa Krata mu. Yetwaso Kowa Krata ediso the new publisher. Kratafa edikaino Rashid Bawa dies in Abuja. Second NPP parliamentary candidate to die within a week. Cho-cho driver kills 21 through careless overtaking in Ashanti. Baumia fires up NPP Ofan constituencies. Into way ena ewo the new publisher Kowa Krata mu. Yegusu yetwaso Kowa Krata yeduso daily analyst. Na daily analyst they say without fear or favor. Kratafa edikaino. Ghana internet wahala deepens. Problem could take 5 weeks to fix according to National Communications Authority. GJA to partner GIBSAN to realize objectives. AU hosts second Accra Forum on unconstitutional change of government. Now addressing plastic menace, Pentecost chair urges government to consider innovative solutions. We've been totally sidelined. Apiati victims cry to government. We page 3 and 4 of the Daily Analyst. Yetwaso Kowa Krata yeduso supreme newspaper concerning Jirapa Dubai CEO's murder. Investigation zeroed in on HR manager. Cashew factory commissioned within the Bui enclave. Golden Coast developers clinches top honors. NPA donates Ramadan package to Chief Imam for the needy. And no page 3 of the Supreme newspaper. The Daily Dispatch yedusuo Baumia and Ashanti region is boiling. You need 75% there to win the presidential election. We will address all security concerns before, during and after December 7 elections. Dampare 𝗟𝗏𝗙𝗏𝗏. NDC has no plans to fly drones on election day. NDC Deputy Director of Elections. NDC Greater Accra Regional Chairman dares his party. We will fly drones to monitor elections. We ubehuno page 11 of the Daily Dispatch Kowa Krata. Yedu the Daily Post Kowa Krata. Kratafa edikaino on their banner headline. Next NDC government will create sustainable jobs, not the NAPCO type. Mahama 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Chief Justice's courtship system shows Mahama's 24-hour economy is possible, says Franklin Kujo. NDC wants EC over biased selection of electoral areas for May voters registration exercise. Reckless spending to blame for Ghana's economic woes. NPP's Quarcoo quoting. Dumso, tell Ghanaians the truth. Power challenges purely generational. And no Daily Post Kowa Krata. Yeah, 𝗦𝗏𝗏 𝗏𝗏𝗏 ye do so. The new crusading guide. Na 𝗏𝗏𝗏 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Anas is a victim of judicial defamation, a violent abuse of judicial power by the court, says Justice Kulendi. Golden Coast developers shines at the International Property Awards for Africa. More food for SHS's Ministry of Education assures. Turmoil in NPP Ashanti. Chairman Tom Tom calls REC's bluff, says region has no disciplinary committee. CEO of GNPC spearheading Ghana's oil and gas success way and the new crusading guide 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Yeguso yetasa you do the Anchor newspaper. They say they are revealing the truth. On their banner headline, Chief Justice picks 8 courts for shift system. Initiative to reduce backlog of cases and improve efficiency. Produce evidence of death and cremation of Chinese galamsey suspect. Magistrate orders prosecutor. Businessman's shop burnt for allegedly selling waste beads and others to gays. Way and a war the Anchor 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Yeah, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 you do the Ghanaian publisher 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. A woman running mate is key to NPP, says Professor Quarcoo Adams. Rising tension in Ashanti. NPP chairman rally behind Richard Ofori-Atta. GNPC CEO spearheading Ghana's oil and gas success. Finance Ministry and IMF hold AI summit. Gambian delegation louds metro mass. And finally, NPA donates to Chief Imam Eno Ewo, page 6 of the Ghanaian publisher. Finally, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 ayedi chato ene the custodian. They say they are fearless, fair, and reliable. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 IMF MD meets Akufo-Addo and Bawumia on Ghana's economy. NPA gives Ramadan package to Chief Imam for needy. GNPC CEO spearheading Ghana's oil and gas success. And Zoom Lion claims 13th African Games Center. Finally, Gambian delegation praises Metro Mass. And no a war, page 6 of the custodian. Enti aha ena ene yedi 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 ebesi.
Rachel, we are super na ene brain game.
Brain game.
Mempe agama lizard.
Ene de yemfa agama lizard emre ashefo. Na senye de bia yeye no yede edinkra symbol ebeto TV no so ama ashefo atre wonom adwen afa ho se edinkra symbol no a uhu se siano. What is the name of this symbol? Se unim edinkra symbol yidinya na wasende the correct answer to your WhatsApp number. Now your best friend Ashafo say on country. Your best friend Ashafo say we send the answer na eya na udi udin aka ho. Na udi udin aka ho. Times multiplication.
Enye division.
Enye
addition.
Enye addition.
Enye addition ya chia no. Multiplication ati
X.
Or say times.
If you know the correct name for this edinkra symbol, send it to our WhatsApp line and do well to add your name to your answer.
And a baby our friends so be
exactly.
Fafa any of our social media handles so and I say on our WhatsApp number and I call number 0256253461 obuso ubetimi ediafa so ediamai ye try ho ba ye ba ye betna say na ya pensem na ya keka wo ha ni nam ye kwaba.
Therefore, ade ache bio ye call ye na so ye koda ye urade adomunti ye nyina ya sorry emofra ko mu suku edwumayfo so ko omunyuma so se wo son da yo se wan son da yo ye ka kire sorry na shere sorry na shere dwumadie ya no pabosu dwumadie bi a ye de bre yen se de be ya ye betimi enyini ewo hunhu na yenyi ohunamu na mpo yetimi yenyini ewo adwene mu se de be ya yenyina betimi akyekere oman na ya kyekere asafo na afi kra yetimi akyekere busua
ye behwe nsem a ekoso wo oman Ghana mu eni wiase afa na nyina
ye befa nsem yi afi ko wankrata mu eni abefo internet so
anape bia ye nsem a ema enidaso eni insatwaye ebebre ye de onyankopon asem bebre na ya hweso e de aboye bra afa kan ye hu anape bia na ye mfa enije nsem embre
eni nti afa kan ye hu
Anita Quarcoo
eni Reverend Adzika Vincent Agdomena ewo Wesleyan TV so afa obetimi ahwe won WTV Ghana ewo Facebook so na afa Wesleyan TV Ghana ewo YouTube so sorry na sharing
wake up to a purposeful day
Jumadie aboafo bi te se
All Insurance multi-credit savings and loans
ana Methodist University Ghana ana aso yasen
Meye mi fie Christian fie Mema mi kun aye Christiani na me mofra aye Christian fo Mema mi fie aye Christian fie Ban papam eye dwumadi a ekoso ewo WTV so kasa afa ekwan a ye tete ye mofra ekwan a ye befa so ama ya ware ayefe ne ya ware edimu efie entete anase efie siesie ene efie nkomodie mu nso yenya entwenten into me to sa frɛw sɛ hwɛ WTV na nneɛma pa bebree ɛwɔ WTV so enwumpa nkomodie papa nneɛma pa ɛbɛboa me ne omienu ɛne yɛmfie kɔso ara na hwɛ WTV
Babium yedase se oje bre ede twen ye ma ye twa ye ho ebaye meden ede mesna yatena se de news so na ye wo no nti news analyst abeka ye ho edu samre na you are expecting that you would find someone in the studio to talk to us or to give comments on all the stories that we would be here and then we'll talk about. But we are here with the very Reverend Samuel Global Asante, or your communications practitioner and campaign strategist in Tiene or campaign ABA person yebia umhuna. Ufanya wa haka idin number memo. Na what's me ending como. What's up one aboche?
Lele. Be one hour ye pano. Face to face in one hour ye.
Physical lele one hour ye. Fine. Te no feno ya no te.
Oh, no more dromo. No pa ga bo that way.
Somewhere fine.
JHL somewhere fine. As from be o mo dey feel.
When that you moshi. You were don't. Can you send a message? We send a message. How many minutes does it take? Or when you send a message, how long does it take?
A check a crown sana message, you know, I respond in terms of WhatsApp. What I was saying a year. Now I think say Thursday, you know, and start here. Auntie, na me senior professor Baku, he didn't come on a me senior no. Ade bi se onhwe ma senior ade na ma no indicate wo me you say but na ne nsanka obusu ade no
ticket 2 but still ticket 1
ticket 1
okay
and was you ade ne mai na ne phone na me say okay na me sending it to the different phone so it's our line in WhatsApp we are na me sanso resend e na just say ticket 1 okay ticket 1 ade ne mada no yes send your obebui wo ne machine laptop no so say ebeba enu so bu ya ade no emanti yetete woni enim say internet problem ti chiri asa no hu say abai no kra no ebetwa no hu sa energy yede papa mu a yede ti chiri kra na nyumre mu kra ansa na communication eba say a problem bi about ponase efa homa no and some say na bubu tumi aso phone no adum no restart this you want to see say bia
but almost say it will take us 5 weeks. National Communications Authority 5 weeks. In that 5 weeks, can we live without the internet? How can we manage?
And I say you see you live with it. And maybe one man will see it here because the disaster there there is nothing you can do about it. Yeah, all of a sudden COVID came to strike. We managed ourselves, we went out. Russia and Ukraine war yet me manage it is an internet challenge so will also rise up. I think it's by the grace of God no senia at least no yetumi enya nkakra krampona yetumi ebua no na kra senka kra for sa weeks na ye can dey na ka bed
5 weeks 1 month and 1
week but one side to me eba kakra utumi at least you are utumi access Facebook any other sometimes mail ne I could setting a year with me download no and ya na e challenge kakra to me but apart from that no woman it me flow woman na aye nti ye be managing is kakra you can't blame anybody.
Oh yes. Now, economic-wise, I'm talking about this drive ride-hailing apps. The internet in the Juma. Schools be now they are going past the manual system. They are using their tablets to work. The kids are using their tablets to do their class assignments, their home assignments, and all that. How do they cope with all this in this system?
Sisian, we have moved into the digital era.
Yeah.
And it has become the way to go. And this time around, we say, "Obe check it, and yama bibri now be ye amount for and sabibre fi yama hua a cause major problem. Now be to me, I deal with corruption near the idea the digital way no is a correct way to go. Until see another ye mu bibri na institutions bibri na is migrating into the digital space. Well advanced countries say west one side no or more advanced to the sense or mine kasa ewo or man kasa internet system near the idea eboa or money but yen African developing say sa a problem ya be countries are more so nyina the African countries
the African countries
so what until yen do sa empempen so no but once we get there problem. I heard say one modern say at least no be internet no via the space so that say I had moody failure at least you can have the satellite internet intino ni nyina ya de a ebeboa nti sisi ade manual no ene we no sisi aya yintumi enko full scale no I mean people who were manual kakra as a backup and now sounds so we need to say when you can fall on a but say it could do pempen so you move into full digital scale now you feel manual ni na say nyasa we need people just have to bear with the situation.
Now your maintenance culture, you see Ghana want to go digital. Most of the sectors have. One is the ECG. There's your ECG app no go phone so ska momo betimi ato. The whole of Saturday, I tried buying credits into me, and then on Sunday morning, it occurred to me that I could actually use the short code. Once I it's only smartphone now, which means phone credit. Then I had to use it on my token number. You know, before this even sets in, you would have wasted a lot of time. Back concerning the fact say you go to the banks, we say queue of banks, and say queue of banks pa. Some said that some say means me use our ATM. Until I'm forced to enter into the banking hall, go and fill the form, go and take my money and all that. Can we go digital if our maintenance culture is this, like what we are seeing today?
And say, them digital space we no ankasa is not solely contingent on maintenance asem. We challenge ena aba, and the challenge na aba nintino ena ama sisi ana manfo ntumi access certain facilities omo ntumi access no etino say senke maintenance nko a ene nenke beka say institutions nankasa ena the problem no abre omo ho so we can blame them. But once that we no I mean external
but anyways, people are wondering how cable we did to Epunase and all that. But there's a video for us to watch and then have a feel about how the whole thing is laid. So let's go take that video. We'll be back.
In order to attack.
Okay, so we'll come back with a video again. Video nature and choir. Omudi cable no etu nsuo ne so. Kosita my baby drew form. Na akoda holding. But se si ani enim se bonso bi na akore sa cable we o. Na akochemu mienu na ma yenya internet. Ana say if we nipe bi opese o sabut. Just say enim be a free buy. But we just want to watch how the video or how the cable is being laid.
This is essential to protect the cable from damage in shallow, sandy waters. As offshore windmills have become increasingly popular, companies like 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 have played important roles in getting the power the windmills generate transferred to shore. In many cases, both ends of the installation process will take place at the same time. As the cable is being laid and trenched by the specialized cable ship, a team on land will be retracting miles of cable for attachment to the substation. Offshore wind farms are one of the most important advancements in recent history. As the wind blows unencumbered on lakes and oceans, these turbines can produce much more power than their land-based counterparts.
Engineer who no choir first way the internet cable no edit to insuo na se na afi nso also phone na internet net mi ayejuma se sia ba ku mienu bi nyejuma ma ene Ghana ye na ye ho akere o send message I to take a very long time, but this time I think we are getting there kakra nti e bia na 5 weeks na they are estimating e kra no e bia ye ndru ho e bi so a e bedru apa ho ne ye na echi no ye bompa ye se bibia ebeko boko na yes we but I was asking, can we do something about maintenance culture? Because in Chema adiwe me just said that a 25, 30, 50 years ago. Are we waiting for something to happen before we wake up?
No, we say and I make say abrofo no enti say yen ebibifo no. So what I'm trying to say. But for them to have even detect. Okay. Say at the end of challenge aba ho kra no. Senge Ghana han mo kra ke betra ho saa. So what I'm enti no we compare senior west for no see edi omudwuma ene ya in terms of maintenance. Look, your friend is saying some time ago say we call Italia say contractor bi eye kwan na port holes bi ekoda baabi na wo car ekoto mu na bibi say wo car no ho a once you report the contractor will be surcharge and yama say wo car no ho the contractor will be surcharge so etino o contractor say every now and then there should be some kind of maintenance. There always be no say abrofo kwan there be no maintenance for kwan so. No mu say bibi kakra pe there is always maintenance. People are always there making maintenance. Nti so omo na omo ye nhoma no mo di nhoma no ho adwuma. There are some people your omo duty near your omo job omo monitor ahoma no every now and then send a be as a challenge be quickly they can quickly move into face intent say Ghana had no a obi bibi ni a ye wi a na yakwakope baby ada no it's not so
but you can sad dia oka maintenance once and over the weekend there were issues of road accidents, one on the Tema motorway and then the other one especially the Kumasi Accra highway. Should we surcharge the contractor who did that road? Because I mean, 21 persons died on the spot. Now, the rest were taken to the hospital for treatment. And then, Métier News, one person has been added, one person has died. That is a number now quite 22. What are we getting to as a country? Cars in road needs also enye. And
I make say as of mine, ye niama ye.
Okay.
So once I ye niama ye yabin say be niama ye no. Some of these things are expected. On the day, I catch was a Niama Ikuya Ghana Maimu Doso. So, Niama Ikuya Ghana Maimu Doso. Look, Oko Abruchira and Predo saying, and Abrofo a bompire. For about 25 years, in Italy, train, enya accident. Ewo na yiso empremi no pe
twice.
Yes.
In the last 25 years.
Yes. In Italy.
Wow.
Yeah. So what na me say Ghana han kwan ne ebibimam na wo tu kwan a obeye fasting 7 days.
And so what to kwan?
2
hours.
Yes,
drive.
and san what to kwan. No tu kwan kokumase you have to
4
fast.
Hours, yeah.
Why are you fasting? You have to fast for road safety. Say car keke a wutrem na ede wakọ na ede waba no so what me chena say obebo mpa ya aye fasting rade mbo ho ban yo Ghana ha no mpe e na a school for we school a o mekọ akoda atwea akọbo mpa ya say yi ebibi memu so badoko abrochiri a basic education ni nyina yi free e na say wura university level a sika aban no de ma as your upkeep. The government cannot afford that you finish school and come and sit down without working. They cannot afford it. You have to work for them to retrieve whatever expenditures they have made on you. So what I'm trying to say, na ye bibi memu ni Ghana ha. Nipe we school be kwa koda atwea. Hwe be we school, nursing school for solid years now tifie.
There are institutions, feeder road ewo ho, urban roads department ewo ho. Transport, Ministry of Transport, highway, ewo hono. Yes, I was DVLA. Road in Kwa, there were 5 major institutions in Ghana. DVLA show roadworthy, so or show insurance license. So, all the car be called roadworthy. They have to see the kind of vehicle you have. But the system, is it working?
Nah.
How do people get the roadworthy certificate on in front of their cars?
Na see yeti o memu ha na anas investigation. Na abodanfo ekuta license. Urefi. Yes, we ye o memu. Anas investigations concerning DVLA. Emma abodanfo kranya license ekutai. So what I'm trying to say, how do they get it? Utifie road where the cars be green no ho no mo. Utunu se car ye be. How did this car
get a roadworthy certificate?
Pass the roadworthy certificate. Pass the test. I nam kwan so.
Because a chair.
Oh.
One in time.
Be current. Oh, ntinu say police ejinawa police who care in senior care si aye any amanfo yi omo drive careless and as omo yi na se police chenwa yenim na ebesi obeko ode license yatna trotro mu a obe biansa ote front obe approach ya na driver ne license kitwa book lebi na ode ni sika na ahye mu atum na ode ama police ne ji a ode be koka na chi na akoka no se ne oye ya akoyi we ne film na ode license no abre no ne ade so carry on enti no eye collective a ewo se yehwe ne na atememfo no so ayenso yusu ye cars ne ade no so no cars no ho niama enye na enye adwuma yasede ese ye behwe ne aye ne yi.
So for the issue of the amount that goes into spare parts and also ewo
that's one thing so nye akwan ne so nye nti akwan ne nye no onam kwan no so a enche na oniama asese so ena se car kwan no susu no baby tutu a wo mu a ewo se omohwe na at least no omo yema ade ne ye yi no nti be hu se be kakra na eye no eni wu le mu bate ho na ye te ho no bia pese offer nti wu kodoje no we so ba na di maya na nipa enkwa egufem but Ghana ha no bibia to a se ne oye yi se ne ye amanfo form hu di free enti se abrochiri so what am saying abrochiri say doctor ni ye de patient eba onan so na the patient no ewu patient baako mienu kura ewu ewo wonsemu a ye do license you won't practice again and that is why I Europe say no we are very careful when it comes to I mean taking care of patient very 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 careful at that.
Should we do the same to contractors as well in all the departments?
Na contractor no kura na ye de adwuma na ma no sika na ye de ama no se onfanye adwuma no ya jimu half efinisem a ye de political party financing so what am I say kickbacks ni sa ni amania me contract back akodi nkofu bebre nsem sa eti obi tumi enya contract as a politician and I say bet na uni amanfo bebre politicians are register nyama bebre wo manyimu enti contract you know mo ana ebo mo nsem ono a uni ma no wakofa subcontract omo oni mu ye no enti sika kakra na ansa de bedu the end producer no be produce ade no ne ya gisika no emu nyina afini nsem so na me no last time say na your friend is saying your former president John Mahama na or complain say MPP for atena sema ekwan a omo ye omo jae ekwan ni nyina asese and I said wow why do we do this to ourselves as a nation? You see how many years in here NDC full fear bem barely just about 7 years.
These are 7.
Yes. Mufia bem and you come to complain about say ya transfer me kwani nyina say ne ye ni ye nkruma kwan a wo ye motorway no so how many years ni so
for ufa motorway ni so de ba
na infa na me fa ba
we hu say ne so te
na say podi anyankopon adomara
mama patch
so ananse no na etumi utumi fa so at least no comfortable kaka first ni na enye kura no kura nyame anim
ba concrete quota ye different yi cause road na enye
na wani igbo na etesi so a wani igbo etesi so so but nobody can reason why but say isi anomo so omo ye ni ye no mo ye motorway ni nyina afro so they have started construction.
Okay.
So we've seen that side and side ni nyina no omo ye hu adwuma and so we hope say ni ankroma ye no na acha be di sabre he they will do it like that na a continue na acha edisa.
Now let's come to the assemblies. We say kwan hu nyina there are shops in and around and weekend make offer dodo wa kwan so we say both sides no from Madina Kev ni moban ya pamo bie free ho me do ho na me bo me nsem. Why? Because I understand that there will be a dual carriage road and I was happy about it. Why do we wait for them to situate their shops there and then come back to these same people and take monies from them indicating say baako be friend baako tourism levy say eno de uba na uye bar anasa uton aduane a ubetu asade no uwia wa say to assembly there. Why do we wait for them to sit with before we come back to write stop work now, produce permit? Na road oma blockade that stretch. Ka ba hu kwan so.
Enipa baako for the ade ni besi ho a. Yehu na ye mienu.
Na ye miensa.
Efe be wie ze obetu am na be compensation. Na be dede. Na be dede. Be dede ni sa na ko ra election year mu. Nti efe officer wo ye ya yen to aba ne ma so you can't move them. So at the end I was with the municipal chief executive just last week. And anami on
MC.
Yeah, me Katamanso municipal chief executive no. In connection with Nyawu Kenya, sorry nenimune school nenimu hon mono. O mama kwama, amam for the almost sabi sisi hon mama hon munya basa and they keep on coming. So we wrote letters to for them to move from there. Ena miko hu no na ade ne cha na eche nye koe no ena yedi nkoma ena omaye arrangements okay they will want to find a place for them and then relocate them into the market. Na municipal engineer no I asked this question you asked me. No catch them in there so branches in the doorso baby na weni wa na ni say adwuma no omo.
So why are they employing people then?
Won Katamanso municipality no eso ena enkrofo na amuye adwuma no sub metro no yenti no wo ho ma wani ehu ba bia.
They should employ more people.
Enti no wo fa ha no sisi a wo down wo pe no obi di we abesi wo ansa na obekọ no wo be ba ha no enti no now it come back to financial constraint. We go be employ more people no. But for me Ghana had mono send a paprika zet scasso comedy and we are not managing our resources well because when we say uncle for no more yes at the end of the day no people will be searched, they will be paying money to the assembly. So once you employ more people to to be driving those people and taking care of Sanya Maniamano, at the end of the people will pay. And then to also generate funds to the assembly. But it will also surprise you that people who are being employed to take charge of it, they are the same people that collect monies from the people and allow them to sit there. Those who go to stop the people from stop work, when they go, they collect monies, they allow them to work.
The same people?
Yes. And so sometimes they don't even pass by that side.
Anyways. So, you call economic issues, but they have to say court, shift system.
24-hour economy.
24-hour economy. Is that for medication? Education jai. Is that their back court?
24-hour economy.
A big system like this, yeah, shifts.
Oh, say
okay.
Ebebuama. I want to have. Efezuno lawyers no so no. Ni a obeko court. Bi a court anapa. Ebi ana. Ebeko ewiem anase ebeko anwumre mu nti o wa homgye bia betumi adwo ahom kakra na watumi ayeyi ensem no doso e wo Ghana man mu na litigations no so doso. Last time I visited one high court judge, and then he tells me say ono as a judge onya oni obi nya asemu a onfa nkokot. That is what the judge advised. High court judge
no say dey
Osi ono oni obi nya asemu a onfa nkokot.
When be send me okasa.
Because your court system no any the judiciary no akade ne niama ye de adwuma wo ho no way fully inadequate. Enti na justice no travel slowly. So
but there's a saying that the wheels of justice grind slowly.
Yeah, niama bia ka ebetumi dia momo a ebetumi aboa wo na ma niama tumi amoye adwuma momo ho aheha omo no eni ho na face no mo procedure and regulations no send esitie no people abuse the judicial processes and the regulations na wo ho ni ade because they feel that e be a judge ama ruling or ma ruling no utumu say case we lawyer no utumu say where the for yan agane with baby abekubia no to say case we enkosiaga and so but because processes in procedure no ema no kwan mo to make appeal o to make Supreme Court no wasan ko fa ya file for execution no kra no wasan so aba wa be file stay of execution ni nyina no the frustrate wa we ni case no any ade but obi aso ntumi en stop no because a procedure no into obetumi so into people exploit the procedure thereby no frustrate amanfo ni ade enti no se uni obi nya asem a ebe far better amount se mbebo mo homoden a na maka na ma resolve na asomdwe etumi aba so what dan say odi asem ebe kokko no judge kra tu etumi fu se ono judge no nya asem kra on fan kokko to then what is it telling you? Then we are going to court. Even the judges are advising, and if you have issues, try and settle it amicably before. At the end of the day, no, wala, was some year the way you be frustrated by lawyers, no, a come out as it was a matter. You know, send your case, no, a dozen in your maternity. Say, court no endorse ni yibi akon say no enam sakis na endorse wana former chief justice bi oba no be Accra fast track court send e be fast track cases bi ni amaniama but yesterday na no and me enkoso sa
yo na Ghana na yo crisis mu deda ana say COVID-19 ena Russia Ukraine war ena say Hamas dey amaya bedu baby ayedu no ana crisis na wo deda
na obi some question as any o man na enye me no na ewu Mimi oba enche we Europe na buy
me buy no how but you will more na say na eni ho
but yeah
okay so before 2019
yeah economic problem ya ewu mu ya wo mu ache ya wo mu fitititi o
okay
enye ne abresu na ewu mu ya wo mu ache many fee me na make control no de mo de mu wo studio ha until you have access to information we say since from Jerry John Rawlings time bronya bia televisions ne newspapers ne ade eko market ebedu bronya ne Easter omukọ no makobisa how adeto eko say your ta ade anaye ubehu afi we di adeto no enye kura last year na since this year there kura then they were attached to the president the party ne regime first na ayiwo hod mu ne de na ye pa isi we ba ye de efe kura de ye nsu kura enche na Jerry John Rawlings call na Kufuaba Jerry abreso de ni eto ade bro nya bedu sen a ehya ase entem Kufuaba ye de enye kura ye wuchire ye debi e ho chira ba ye nto ade Kufuo ko ms ba ye Kufuo abreso na ye pa efe de ms ba ye de no mi akan enche na ms ekoe na mama ba miss wo na ye mama ba ye de efe de anya kura onkonkonkonko ye nto ade eniama economy na mama ko na kufa Dubai so you see that so it is not about say but economy nankasa no say na ye kan ye challenges bebre ene kwan as of mine ye situtu isi kasem ene kwan yesi ye eniama emma eniama enye intino say external shocks kakra bi ebe wo so pe na ama udafam na wo na
external shocks is nti na ye vote ma omo wabobo mudini na say they should come and help us manage the economy
because we are using parties to manage the economy. So we are not using government to manage our economic system.
How do we take the party out of government?
Ghana.
So that the management would fall in place.
Ghana.
Ghana.
Baby ayedui. Enye. The more crowd, every crowd na say. Ubia obeboa in any kind of way bia obema certain comment bia ebeboa mine bia no. Uni afa. Uwo party way enti na okasa saa wo party B enti na okasa saa eti si a no mo kura mpo no mo wonim die ni nyansa a betumi di aboa ma betumi di ahye enti si entumi divorce party politics emfi ye governance system no ho na yamwa ama yamfesi oman no yanhwe oman no holistically ni ye nyina yamfa ya adwe ama meboa ebedin so eti no se ti oman ni mu na yayi oman no aye party na eni ama e wo se ye no yenhwe yenye nkofo a ye wo se ye di omutuatua eni ama no betumi manage ade ni ye no because of party issues intino yemfa the right kind of people entuatua ho omo a ebi omebua with sikasem in any way a party beba power omo na ye de omo etuatua eni ama no whether they have the know how or not so what I mention I say so a hard dream when it comes to a hard dream intino ye manage eni ama ni e na ye ba ben mu a party ni ba ben mu a instead of so behwe now we fix the economy no they think about the next election so omina a woman no government for na ba power no all they think about is winning power and to stay on to power and your mind no say ye fix your mind no ma na ye dey na e be ye na tumi abo and tumi winning the next election
but crisis ni wo ho no did COVID-19 impact us negatively emma crisis ni ye worse say see Russia Ukraine war aba Hamas dey so to aso has it fueled the crisis even more? Has it made it worse?
Some countries made money out of COVID. Some countries took over the situation. Maya nimpending for air thinking ahead. They see opportunity in every difficult situation. They smell money. They smell opportunity. They smell grace. They smell favor. They smell glory in every difficult situation. By in Africa, any African leaders say, we don't smell anything. We don't see anything. We rather blame. See how your friend is saying the West has benefited from COVID. Omo vaccines. Omo health related, they took advantage. Even
PPE,
Zoom, the money, Zoom and this networking and conferencing video course near the day, how they have benefited from and sometimes crown low. Yet your main, your airport, your work, cray. Common tests are tested for COVID. Your politicians focus for Nigerians. Bet now, memu ye back bet now airport wa. Ghana for sika kakra any abrochi for ye jiji ni nyina wie no. Ye peja aska ni chemu ede ni dodo no ma Nigeria for mu de koy. Ena Ghana for nya sen ewu. Peja aska ni nyina de mom. At the end of the day no, be so be see echi. Eyo mo ho a. So people made money out of COVID. And we sat here, it came in the news near your political party every year na akoye sika ye chair COVID sika ye chair ebi mo say there be we there ye mpe bi mo de omo ye ebe ye hula balu e wo man ana want it so what na me chena say a political party how the COVID money was shared
say the be my eduane na de ade
oh ye keka ku yo ewi eche na ekusi sen ankosi baby a those people who said that they received those monies and the union what did we do because party mo issues are na ya de ekoso una uni man na uni so to be dede also was a party abanima kasa na also obey so we are not managing our economy we are not managing our economy well. We are not taking advantage of situation
Enti near chairman of the finance committee Ekayen MP for Boase ni okayen no say mismanagement and yet Russia Ukraine war and yet COVID-19 but answer now we answer no dey for me phone lines 0256253461 0256253461 ya can in say maybe wa ha e bi ni court CCIA brand shift from morning. The morning session benyane die afternoon session benyane die afternoon session bepon 6:30 afenzu ya sign aka accident I see wo ya akwan so say maintenance culture high afenzu yentimi hold be responsible emfa sa niama we ya ekoso a enye ede ama yen as Ghana for. Afei nso ye say ka the issue of mismanagement e wo Ghana ha. Obi say e Russia Ukraine war, obi so say e COVID-19, obi so say debi e mismanagement e na ha yen. So
Russia and Ukraine for Nankasa.
So fireman. Fireman, good morning. Nyame adomo wo so e.
Oh, 𝗟𝗏𝗘 problem.
Amen.
And I pay accident I happy and on the person will contribute to Kakra.
Okay.
Oh, say especially the this and this anyamana sacrifice the great was possible. If the Mercedes Benz say, "Omu drive, omu tuombo." Now this year, because last time we made car, the way I drive and drive here, no, I mean it was ambitious, and I was sad. The driver omu tuombo. And lawyers for any judge for almost the summer running chief, the million we are there. Because we share somewhere work quarter in the other court, yes, black terminal, now we work out who serve transport into a running system, no, ship system, no, send a beya in terminal, umbedia, assembly system, send a beya, will be a woody standard, and that was fine, the ship system, the million we are there for, or one year my now, or mine calling him,
Namisha was a fireman. Hello, good morning, Quarcoo for every Asasewa.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, I'm Vincent.
Yeah, Adzika.
Most of them are
okay.
I know more Kasafa, the economy was a hundred abandoned. Ghana for the Ubia, the Mrs. Canada, the outside every year, Chauffeur, would you every weekend check obvious pass, night class, camp for Sunday. But the same people now have complained the following Monday. Say, and Obia was on your phone or use iPhone or use. Now, but I won't say that anybody was on your iPhone and I think you need man. And you say you see Kasa. Now Kasa Methodist Heritage, the year at the beginning. You come here actually so true.
But I say, Sankabium.
Heritage, I said now Kasa, the year.
Heritage site, Ghana.
Site. You come actually so true. First Trinity, almost that train.
Okay. Maybe I show you. Maybe I show you. Watch it, that's it. Okay, also bet me after 02562534661 02562534661. So now my submission.
Na me ka say Russia and Ukraine for no kra no mo kono kra complaining.
Into my complaining.
No more.
Hello Francis, good morning. No for every good watch I say.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Vincent.
Yeah, Adzika.
Who bisa say Vincent? Now also focus on political parties. And I am a unit possible. Maybe many yarding, but many yarding fully. And who said it is not the political party, but our partisan mindset. Saying you political parties free work. Now you say, oh, yeah, campaign, yeah, the strategic plan. Now say, we're putting this one. Now I already manifesto. Now you're farmer. And no problem. Saying you know, we now about appointment. It is a partisanship mindset in this nation. Why political parties in this field still it will affect us. It is as I say, it's not your dream. Now you will say. Ye kwa magani, ye kwa mayema, ye jiyema yesiho. Ema yema, ema yendachi. So ye nyata mindset you. Na ye dream you fool, ye dream post pass, ye dream you ya. Ye mko you muda. Enti brass say ye message sanage. I be positive. Eradisha.
Nyamisha also. Yeah, that's it. So
Russia and Ukraine and Kasa. Musha says
Israel near Master complaining.
No. Okay. Because they have, I mean, Ukraine, grains are a fee Ukraine, about Africa, and Yasim Kuma. So what I'm trying to say, Russia, receives sanction across the world. How is Russia surviving? To one fa uniama and 2 years. Oh, one fa uniama and 2 years. Na say would depend on a man for so too much here. Sana uniama be. At the end of the day, no corners of bar. Now they will to.
Okay, so yenya obi offer free. Ade, good morning, Ade.
Good morning, sir.
Me patch to say.
Yes, sir.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I'm a
Ade, me patch online ni munya, obetimi agina ya amaye na wa free back.
Me.
Okay.
Yo. Maybe me so okay. My fault.
Hello, Adam Pacho, San Frebium, why that's about San Frebium, we line the moon, Gina ye cry now, Ujina ye now, Unya, now, what free back.
It's your more modiomo. More crassa or more cono. They are surviving. Now, what would actually now be bremu war on you? Yes, Yabe Global Village. It's no Adebia is see obi my subiano. And also affect too. COVID started from China. It caught up across the world because people are moving to and fro and across. And they so be a baby. I want to mean cassette.
So from Pacho Ade Ababak. Hello, good morning, Ade.
Good morning, madam. Good morning.
Good morning, you too.
The HL say, they can only say, Ghana and one. You subine, and I my young queen, if you say, I'm a Methodist, you let it in the can let it, you know what say? You was a yen, the answer say any it will young couple yam aboy. Ghana for you 32 million presidents, and you union for Diana. And no government, no Abano, what in Yemen, Ibiama individuals, government. Let's of all say, the party politics and the government. Government or financial controllers in the penny phone penny for a bar almost so many years. And I will be corrupt. Who could you not coordinate Butano, just in scale, would be a you see, the woman killing the say, any Ghana for no, you subine. We see, was saying new national orientation policy. Nasa no man, say, any answer, say, you subine. You be on sa, you be on sa, Ghana, Upiaba, yes, I think you that. You was saying, yet, Upia, Chan Yonko. So many Chan Yonko, you make it so quite what you clock. Once a make a job of free, over force Mercury to chronom to include to offense to Namo, or Mrs. and your person and the castle on the Sao. Woman is seeing, only empty, say, getting phone of your cotton, what you must have in my board and class of the Drusen.
Ade Dasi. But you see the issue of this scale, adjusting your scale. Ghana Standards Authority, akase, ukoto scale, fabrana and calibrating mao. But nipaniti yemfani say, okay, Mamprobi for instance, how can I pick 2 cars and get to Ghana Standards Authority and go and calibrate a scale and come back?
Now then, I say scale near calibrating mawa.
Medical fee, even the measuring cans and then the measuring things, the same thing.
Now the mindset I get your mind.
Hello, good morning, Kofi Bano. You are calling from Obuasi.
I'm watching for Christ in you.
Yeah, this.
Oh, and I'm saying the praise. Come in and person with the manu at Tumaka. Titri Efa Ghana accident ya Ekumunipa Accra Yirabibri.
Yeah.
Bane also Pamuchawu. Adia Boko. But you don't want Yana Etumi Hami Paye, Ghana ha. But it is a woman swia, and a fear Yan Sambia Edebeka woman. Yet to speak a crowd, Kabi Briso, but Chika Kakra, Michika and Chebia. and I'm a coast, my coast to a great area. Now, me who say, the only friend common sense, but you have put in a chili mukakra with tree. Common sense.
If I tell you, we are much.
We friend common sense. I did keep to a beer. Drivers yenya. Na empenfo MYM to me esua de and me ne baby hono and I'm asking to cause kakrakasa no if you say kwesi ebo wa who ko jira natural say driver you can say no fast so am kwesi ere si ya me aba wo wi da ba kwa sua say I did less a basa e kwesi no Adzika krebi and I'm asking this abutre America mi san ho me pentam I did keep to a binyansa bro this is common sense.
Okay.
I would tell you and I said to cause me I'm the problem before. Your prayer for the church drivers a Casachi woman and yet a woman of those we have Yansa and Casachi drivers. A babua.
You, yeah, that's it. So,
nti ultimate na obitna no nipa na tena Italy watena kronimu for over 20 years ontumi ntwi ka onika owo moto kitu ebie no na ne license no tumi koba no ma no tumi twi because
Ghana ni
exam da bi exams na obeye abe pass ya obetumi atwi ka no ebe ma license wetumi ontumi pass
watro sa wabre
we watro sa ontumi pass and because of that no ontumi drive car no.
And apart from and apart from 𝗟𝗏𝗘 baby eba car why is good deal eh speed or dey around 4:30 I say na me speed or kono me biza me uzo okwo hin. Hello, good morning, very Reverend 𝗟𝗏𝗘𝗏𝗘. Oh, free hello, 𝗟𝗏𝗏𝗘.
Yes, please.
Sofo, good morning.
Good morning. Yes,
hello, good morning, Sofo.
Good.
Sofo mpacho jina ye kakra mai.
Me internet cable.
Sofo mpacho jina ye kakra mai. O line mu nye.
Okay, madam.
Okay.
Abede.
Mpacho aye.
Yeah. Yep.
Sofo still a o line mu nye o. Mpacho mbetimi jina ye kakra.
Abede.
Mpacho ye.
Yeah. The person will contribute to the discussion.
Okay, I'll show you.
I think we have a problem as a nation. And that has to do with Adzika. As citizens. We quickly blame everything on the government and our leadership.
Okay.
And we blame everything on the leadership except ourselves. Everything. Yeah, 24. But the problem is that young as citizens, we try all my attitude towards existence, including even life and the environment. It's still a fact that global DBAC in the global village, DBAC or Russia, DBAC or Ukraine, DBAC or Middle East, Israel and Gaza, and India will definitely affect us and our economy here. If 2022 ever since Putin, it's sunny at 2 degrees Ukraine, so any sanctions what is so any oil or withdraw to farming. And oil prices is boom Ghana. It's simply because like my dear also from saying, yeah, Kasa, you need refinery, this not refine oil yeah, the crude and call Amanani Joshua. Near call Akoto a refined crude oil now, at a price which is determined by the world market. Indeed, we will suffer. I didn't suffer. And then a Buama inflation in the management in 2022. Yeah, country and country. And I hear Bobusian so at the Abba. You go Busian to be a contractor or your crime in the cabin. Your inspection also and share. Digital citizens. You need a we are talking about a Christian organization, Methodist affected. It's their contribution because there was social responsibility. And not being like quiet, a man, crying papa and pastor mobile here in Owasi and then balance and move into the villages. Go and see. Then you dig and say, Esther in so, then you dig and say, Esther Cocoa, Fukra, Yifigu, Cocoa, the and then we turn back to come and blame who?
Government.
The environment is being polluted left, right, and center. Sunlight is being disposed into the system. People are taking it. A lot of diseases and sicknesses here and there. So we turn around to blame. And say, union simple and animal.
So for you, that's it. So for you, that's it. It says we should blame every other person but ourselves.
On say another be a cassette for but look, leadership is cause. Everything else is effect. Leadership. The human being, ujanwa. Now I more the Western culture, no. Then the Western areas near the other. If you say ujawa omo nyane omo pa. Timemufo nangasa no omo or mine nangasa no omo was similar to there it's a human issues.
So what is stopping them from being like us?
And I make sure say they have leaders.
Okay.
They have leaders who will put right systems in place, and they will make sure that everybody else will abide by it. So what I'm trying to say, Omo edi a friend is saying, or mine who do, any a friend is saying, how do I call it? Patriotism. Actually, for as a whole, a send you to me at Nasi Ewo Memua.
It's a whole course.
Idea obey no, and quite affected me. Now, bedroom me, I will name Yama Bay and Yama Channel. Yet, Hanum, ye, and Yaman able to me a boy, ye fee, ye curriculum. Eddie, LGBT, how new bit me and mum your person, this share curriculum. Magana force ye did the ye. Textbooks in the ground to me, I might be seen there. So what I'm trying to say, go there and go and see what the right from the beginning. Tutilija yedema abofrano ankasa ansana odiabeni enyama edi ahye wadwen mu.
Ema mpenyimfo nko school ho kakramra na.
Na so mko bebre na so mko school ho.
Tell me. So where can they bring
which of the Ghanaian leaders?
Here.
Na Dubai. Go to Dubai and see. For human beings, Moses eja nkrofo on mu kakra eko popo no so aba oba na den na si so time enti nipa de uja no a owo sa ability no obetumi di akwa asre, and that is why leadership is key. Putting right people and fixing right people into right places. Adenti and now do obi kwhye baby na de na seputo.
So there's the issue of common sense.
The same place, and you put somebody there, and that place begin to drive. Why?
Mr. said there's an issue of common sense.
With the same people.
Ubet snack church room. Ube didi or itofia or rapper. What watching in from the car to the window. Obibe no means you the same person to depend in you or do me to know they are two can.
Yeah.
The third person will tell in channel be no means you. Now we is only in every rubber no the rubber no actually handbag. Why can't we learn from each other? Are we failing as families? Suppose we are failing.
Enyama ekoso ewo o mine mu no general situation I was say collectively no ye nyina ye tenase ne ye hwe ne ye di huduma asoman.
Okay.
Rather than blaming people obia wo ne de akola benyine a obeye panimpa or shasie ififie. So
that's the charity being
yes, ofifia. The second place are oko. School. And answer sorry. So what I'm saying, who didn't fear? The next place I didn't fear, I didn't call solely. Who didn't fear solely? The next place I call school. Eti Sami aye me and saying a very key in forming the individual to become a fantastic person.
But has the church done its part?
On a so any day family. So what I'm trying to say mofra Sunday school mofra me kwanya ye tetuo mo ne ye syllabus ye all the churches in nyina no the right kind of environment the training mofra man to be adult Christian there but we free all no the next place no school as part of their developmental and she share ben into to ben and school more no ma ye and yama ebua those days in nyina most of them have been taken out of our syllabus. Last time I was talking to you about our Ghanaian identity.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say, what do we have? Then obi to media one so Ghanaian. That Ghanaian identity is being lost.
Nidin wo.
Udin. Enyama bebre emma yintumi emma sa Ghanaian identity no entumi enyina. Na ugina wo dey say yes. Ghana ni usu ene oban a uda ne di ene oni ye bi no ene ma hu se wo ye Ghana ni udwen wo nua ho.
So for yeah that's it. As an ebekokra no we are entering into the festive season. Some few days from today right Easter. Here car road accident they be so then so they will still have the numbers to count. Okay, say Italy in the last 25 years they've recorded only 2 train crash. And it could be as a result of a very minimal thing. What can we do as citizens and then as a country?
Now I was say ye husu ye. Ahwe and the womb. Ye ankasa timemfo na ankasa no. Yesu ene ye ban a ye deti oman ne mu no. E was say ehwe ne eden yesesa. Enema bibiri wo ho no mu a ye ankasa ye betumi atu ho anamo asesa. Chense obi ene beba beden ebesesa man president ni de ye baako MC ye baako assemblyman ye baako but ye ankasa e wo se ankasa ye hwese ade bi a ye bia no ebedwen ye nuanom adwen afoforo e wo se ankasa so yetumi dwen ye nkwa ho ye nkwa na ankasa no so ehu hia nti ade bi a wo ye bia ebema wahwere wo nkwa no no wahwere afoforo enkwa ehu hia yi people's life people depend on us. Say nipa ba ku fu musin a wa hedom bebre there was yetumi hwe na yetumi yi o mu say yakwan ne nye na niama bebre on my fix ni ade but common sense kakra any abotre any ntobuase any odo any tema e wo ma ye ho no at least ye betumi amanage ye ho niama bebre on my betumi aden eyi afi yakwan mu na afi mpanimfo so ayede o man no ahye o nsa no enhwe no munja pesemi nkumunya ene partisan issues ni endwin o man no yie ne nkan ko ho omo all the different political divide ni nyina ehun se o man no be yie ansana wetumi abefa ediso so what am chena senti owo ho na hwe na wo hwe party we a o wa ban mu no ensei na ndwiri mu kura na entunti ano na emfa womra no ebi on matter ma yedo beba no you will not even have the time to even recover and to make it the way you want to. Enti ni enye ni ye yemwa no munye ni ye na wo ba osu watumi aba besom e de akoba bi e wo se wo de eden wo de ekọ no bi anye adwuma ye de ahye ne nsa no bi anye ni ye e na bebua ye man na yetimu no atumi aboa ye ma o man na atumi ayi ama ye nyina.
You suffer ye that say may God help us to do just as the suffer has told us to. We nyankopon me boy na yetimi aye ne pepepe na papa ya outening kan sofo ya outening kan or the very reverend Samuel Global Asante or your communications practitioner ya da se oje bre editi ewo sorry na sure so ewo WTV ye try ho aba ye ba apomodin and insurance minutes ebeto aso.
tiger nut powder yakofa ediaba wey if you 𝗦𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗏 organic foods for ensem ye ka ho asem no eye atadwe ya tadwe ane ya hata ye wie ne esi debi ye di from fidiem ni ya yam enti bibi ye wom bia no eye organic ankasa ye ka ni say ne so no de oyo bema oyo ba na wutie wafu ede wanim no esobro so woni maame papa bi wo wasichire yare bi anase moja broso anase moja ne krenti ni niefu sane a mesro 𝗦𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗏 powder eno achi no ye ka ne say ya ye ntua wo a oyo ba tan na wo ma bofra nufu wo hie nufu so pa wo se wonya bi na ba betimi afre afaso 0244 78 76 39 and 0558 400 265 𝗦𝗏𝗃𝗍𝗏 powder akoya ne hu 2 in 1 etunya bitwa o tu tiken o tu hunwe eya pombi papa e na odi ama wo
se dwedie nkratui FDA ahwehwem agye atom se eye
se na yenim a se die sankofa natural spices adarumanti ya behu ne senti yemfa ya pomudi ni agobio Ghana fu ni agye efri se ya your local spices na ya frafra dia ya sankofa natural spices and what dance die ni die e dross bebre tie dia fufuro kafa sankofa natural spices
as a busy career woman I save so much time now me trick garlic when Tiani ade ewa asenkamudio sankofa natural spice at some breast super na me de gumi jollof mu ni me still ahuduma emane dance
darling the barbecue they go on and with sankofa natural spices I'm started at one time and my name is dead
rekese ewa sankofa natural spices modida me de yemi soups na me customers into me huja enti de bia na me chopa higher
na fufuro cry ye dia beka ho sankofa natural spices didi
so pesa obeye ensemtrenia enye school bi akeke ene wo se woko ene school amekanfo dia mawa eye Oxford Institute of Business and Journalism admission ashase 2021-2022 academic year over 2-year NABTES diploma programs BTC journalism and media studies business administration and hospitality management short courses between 6 months cosmetology and makeup digital and social media marketing radio broadcasting and a video and photography. Our facilities are what do ebe bowa dishia. Your hostel facilities are obenya baby ada TV and radio studio what be your practicals. Obetro computer environment nanka sansono. E wo ye kama achirechire fo no so wo ma ben. Na se wo wie wa dishia attachment any adwuma sam de woni how kra. Enti kan wen kope admission forms ni bi to sisia. Eye 60 Ghana cedis. E wo ye 2 campuses ni nyina. Kumase kwada so Oshimase Rollers ana Santasi Star Junction ana Fred 0504234005 ana 0244724087
A faith-based celebration company.
Akwaba eba apomuden emre. So apomuden is brought to you by Piptest Institute. Piptest Institute a therapy center ohwehwe won echi kwan ubehu won wo Kumase Kochi. Ene on apomuden senior de bia ye can say this month of March we are celebrating the month of the motherland ewo Wesleyan television ha. Enti ene ye senior de bia ye tu ye ho say ye ndi Ghana innuane no ene ye kasa afa Ghana inuane baako ho eye ya ye waakye. We are looking at the nutritional value of waakye. Ye registered dietitian waya krado inti yenko na yenko twetwe nkomo.
Hello, welcome. So we're looking at the nutritional value of 𝗦cie, which is a very, very popular meal in Accra, even maybe beyond Accra as well. 𝗦cie is very, very nutritious, very, very popular. Most people would want it for breakfast, for lunch, and then even for supper sometimes. And then that is very good. That is very good. 𝗦cie is made up of what? Primarily rice and beans. Tanemi niko 𝗦cie abea 𝗦cie monuleme bobole ayileme boboleme. Nemi ko monua mi akpo nutrient alemi na be carbohydrates le 𝗦cie ame. Ayaha bobo anami protein ele haveme protein le amagbaun bo le protein le gbagbo bo 𝗦cie anami carbohydrates vivin carbohydrates ehia ne unse nami e ayaha anami protein aside 𝗦cie ya sinye mononuclear aya bobo sometimes ami plan 𝗦cie clear kokolozi jada alo fish elan alo whether kpanla tuna the chiade alo koklonla alo meat yaha nami protein even tomatoes play atadi okay mi kona do na 𝗦cie akra minerals alo leme vitamins alo leme spices ya omiezana ginger dawa prekese wintia hemokata nami vitamins backplay minerals backplay antioxidants anya nu vevi ale help number me fight against certain conditions, certain free radicals. Not only me apply la free radicals will lead not to cancer, diabetes. That is natural herbs. You let 30 plus shitoma or help na me fight na. That 𝗦cie nyo me atanwa do 𝗦cie fine. It's good. Kakini mi le do ma me don't kujibe aminega subo le 30 ajio. Whether stew alo shito ami siade kono energy. So that do ami fun atonwa mi dolele vovovo anabena put on extra weight ha nele 𝗦cie apleme ha kokpede one at least me play amagbao akokpede vegetables are only vevien me nyabe me sometimes me vona vegetables are obe o me kleni o me paleni o tamable ne 𝗦cie tobe le me le vegetables o ma mi jagbagba mi kle jechi alo vinegar ne wa ton akpala germs so pesticides o le leaves so that me aton wa play na wa sogbo so that me ga play get 1 cd me no play 3 cd play to tamele huku 𝗦cie nyu vevien mi jagba mi du ne mi du nyu ha akpena mi
yen registered dietitian Mauligunu ena oni yen atwetwe enkomo no na otu yen for say 𝗦cie eduane bia yebetumi edi no anopa ewiane enwumre na shito ene froye yede ka ho no yen susu emfa angwa no emfa enguso afei so salad vegetables kakra yede keka 𝗦cie no no ma yen nipedua no na osre womuton imiane ne se wonfa enchinisio ana vinegar kakra enfa wofro vegetables ho enka yen 𝗦cie yi ho ema yen aha ena yede apomudin emre ebesi nyame ya adoma ochina jimre na hwe yen on apomudin na sene de bia ye kan this month of March here at the Wesleyan Television we are celebrating the month of the motherland into yendi Ghana imiane but let's eat healthy. Apomudin was brought to you by 𝗵𝗔𝗔 Institute. 𝗵𝗔𝗔 Institute a therapy center. O hwehwe won echi kwan ubehu won wokumase kochi. Midin ede Rachel Mercy ahena me sorry shrey. Miss Na is up next with Insurance Minutes.
𝗵𝗔𝗔 Institute. Ayaresabia hotonia sumdua hye Edian no wakwankyere. Wakwankyere ni adekodia poten no a epiama otokoso wa abrabo mu. Nanso sensanom ni nubone fa basa betwa wa akwan mu a eyi wa adwene firi obotaye no so. Wo 𝗵𝗔𝗔 Institute no yebetumi aboa wo ni wabusuafo a muhia mo anyina ma wogye ayemodea. Ye ayaresabia asebi yebeboa wo na wato nsa ni nubone fa ntentan mu. Ayaresabia ibotaye ne se ebeboa adwuma mu nimdifo asuafo ni nipa ahodo anyina ama watu anamwa edikan a edifa ahodie bebre won mpanimfo a yene won di dwuma no bi ne won a wo hwe adwene mu yare afutufo ni adokotafo ni anesefo a wode won ho afiri nsanom ne nubone fansem Yatete saa nimdifoɔ yi na wo nimdeɛ ne nneɔma pa a ɛboa ayarefoɔ no. Na de atwa mu nso ne sɛ ayaresan hyehyɛeɛ ne gyina abɛɛfo nhyehyɛmu ne USA nhyehyɛeɛ a wɔde di dwuma no. Piptest ayarehwɛ ne fiedie nyinaa yɛ pɛ. Yayaresan hyehyɛeɛ no gu ahodoɔ na ebi ne medical monitored detox program, residential rehabilitation. Yasan tumi fa yɛn nananom akwan ahodoɔ so sayareɛ na ebi nso ne group therapy, 12-step AAA programs, recreational therapy, ne nea ekeka ho. Ayarefoɔ ne da akyehye aseɛ bra ɔde ne nan besi biaye hɔ no a. Piptest Institute ya abɛɛfo ayaresabi a ɛhwɛ wɔn a wado sukɔ wɔn nsa ne nubɔne famu. Na ani wiase afa na nhyehyɛeɛ nyinaa nso yɛ pɛ. Adampa ahodoɔ a yɛwɔ no bi ne VIP rooms, professional rooms, standard rooms, and air-conditioned rooms. Laundry services yɛ free. Ahobanbɔ nsɛm nso wɔ soro kama. Yɛsan wɔ beaeɛ a wɔsua adeɛ, na ɛba no aduanesɛm deɛ a wonni haw koraa. Yɛ n'akyiri kwan wɔ Kumasi Kochi a ɛwɔ Asante Mantam mu, Ghana. Sɛ wopɛ nkyerɛmu bi nso a, mepa akyɛw, fra yɛn wɔ 0245 84 9185 anaa 0322 49 6188. USA phone so fra yɛn wɔ 404 735 7697. Abel Fontaine Tansu Behunu yɛn wɔ www.marthaedu.org. Piptest Institute, the Extension Center for Integrative Therapy, home away from home.
It's time for Insurance Minutes here on WTV. Major thanks for joining us. Today on Insurance Minutes, we'll be talking about the personal accident policy. So this is where you get to insure yourself by your own self, so that in case you are walking by the roadside, you get hit by a vehicle, or you are walking in the comfort of your home, you slip, you fall, you break your leg or your arm, or you have a fight with someone and then you are injured, you can go get your claims and then get yourself right back on track. Couple has a message for us.
This is Quarcoo. He's a good guy, but cannot stay away from unnecessary attention and flex. Yes! He received this brand new car from a relative abroad to work with, but decides to wait for a while before registering it. So now, with this uninsured vehicle and a DV plate, he flexes in every corner of the city. Hey. Don't be like Quarcoo. Insure your unregistered vehicle with a chassis number with Danwell Motor Policy and stay covered. You can also take other policies such as personal accident insurance, fire and flood, money insurance, contractors all risk, and others. Danwell Insurance. If it must be done, it must be done well.
You can get in touch with Danwell Insurance using any of their social media handles, or you can locate them in Osu, behind the Osu Presbyterian Church here in Accra. Agro is next to do. Stay with us.
Agro na sodeja Wesleyan TV yezi Jesus Christ ruko wiazi inara.
Yama ahwefo nyina chi na yama obibia akwaba ene anopai emfa emra WTV kasa fonyine so. Agro segment jumadi emre ene adrusoa Yasinkunya and Anopea Yeti Eba, a Yafisem and Amononinsem, Ahodo, Amensa Kano, and a production team led by Abantan Dini Felix, Masisha Jumadiano, Eddie Amamia, Masinkunya, Bete Bremone, Anopay, Okasam for Uniso. Yabebo Rem over the senior soccer national team, the Black Stars of Ghana Kache. Over the weekends, Ghana, it me every Meki communication by Bontin said, Might me appointed coach Tuado, so one no any head coach for the senior soccer national team, the Black Stars of Ghana. And the backroom staff, no, Abetuja, why a call up ahead of the friendly matches at Ghana Bebo, ahead of Arsenal, yet the winsome Edeba, the Becomonone, Yasha games are a tuja or Amonone way, Eddie many more, any above one way, de Bremone Anopay. LWTV because I'm for you, so I got segment Jumadi. Anyone who goes to our share. My engine so say not in chair on your bar. Your best sense of not say Eddie free Amonone.
Aguna Sodeja.
Yama a refugina, Aquaba, and Famra, WTV because I'm for you, so I got segment Jumadi and not wedding goes to our share. And my uncle from Crusoe Amonone. Na yemfa some kakra saka no firi omra over the weekends FA Cup echo so there's a various European leagues echo so Bayern Munich omu Asia kind Leverkusen 38 games unbeaten record coach Alonso echo so etwa so my encourage matches toja ewo Amonone over the weekends enko enjoy highlighting mbra
Doan Hurler Ritsu Doan Adam Logic for Jeremy Frimpong. Frimpong in for Schick. Oh, Patrick Schick. Super.
Jackson. Taking on Vestergaard. Breezing past him. Supports there. 𝗟𝗓𝗏 scores. Sterling, a player of his quality. But here he goes again. It's Raheem Sterling now. Looking to set Chelsea up for number 2, and that's exactly what he's done. Augusto, 𝗛𝗏𝗏 under pressure from Patson Daka. He got there first, and Sanchez. Here's Mavididi. Chelsea backpedaling. Still with Mavididi. Oh, what a sensational goal! Sort of situation at this point, would you? They got a little bit of elbow room. They look to be in the ascendancy. Can they steal it at the last? 𝗟𝗏𝗏! As Chelsea look to make it 4, deep in added time. Noni 𝗛𝗏𝗏, and still 𝗛𝗏𝗏𝗏. Oh, sensational!
Rashford. Oh, there's room here for Garnacho. Can he place one past Kelleher? And in the end, Hoyland. That's a bold break from the defender. Sends it up for Nunez. McAllister. Alexis McAllister to Luis Diaz. For Nunez, who can let fly here. Parried away for Salah. Liverpool lead. Here's Garnacho. Anthony's in there. He squeezed it in. He has. It's 2-2. To penalties. Elliott. Shooting position for him here. Deflection on it. Kind to Liverpool. McTominay for Rashford this time. Elliott. Robbed. Here's Garnacho. Ahmad, who stole the ball, gets it back from Garnacho. For the young man, can he make himself a hero? He has done.
Mani egusu amkohwe no. Yehwe no European games ekoso tuja. Mami nyina so ntwa me homra. Na me fa fisem no entwa so.
Aguna Sodeja.
My man refugina akwaba enfamra WTV kasa mfonyine so agro segment Jumadi ena wani egusu a wo hwe no. Ma me fa afisem no entwa Jumadi no so ema echifo. Na hyɛ so ɛma me sɛ ɛna no fiada ɛna ɛbɛto dwa sɛ Ghana Football Association panyifo a confirm coach Adedini Utuado sɛ wɔno ɛna head coach ɛde the Black Stars of Ghana na eguso Saturday Sunday ɛna the backroom staff no ɛbɛto dwa say that here Yusuf Lohman assistant coach John Penstall as the second assistant coach. Fatau Dauda, a goalkeepers trainer. We have assistants coach Otuado and no Mobaba Ejuma and then kakra no Fruoba. Na GF4 chim say Yusuf Luma UEFA Pro license holder. Na Obobo Cyprus, Germany and Vietnam. And then in coaching where coaching Standard Liège Bokum Bansley or English championship nim. When kakra eno efiri ho eba na John Pinto so the Bobo Fulham Western United na oye Kaizer Chiefs assistant coach ene nei asana Quarcoo PM also ewo oye former Bekum Arsenal Liberty professional player obo 89 caps Edema Black Stars, former captain and member of the squad winning bronze in 2008 AFCON Aircourse Ewo Ghana and the kakra so Efiroba Ghana I really opinion dene John Pinto on a die Fatau Dauda on a goalkeepers trainer and when fortunately we say Fatau Dauda also to be Abua Amanei were a former goalkeeper Edema the Black Stars of Ghana. Na coach Otuado or name squad anyami adman fairly matches no Ghana ebe to me at the abo. Say and the squad no sem esitie. Na goalkeepers Lawrence Atisigi, Joseph Wallacott, Frederick Asare of Asante Kotoko, David Akologo, Sa goalkeeper Bolivia Afonso national team na freno. Enrique Kakeri Furo by defenders Ali Duseidu, Tariq Lamte, Gideon Mensah, Patrick Pozo, Dennis Odoi, Daniel Amate, Juku, Nathaniel Ejei, Mohamed Salisu, midfielders Laisha Owusu, Mohamed Diomande, Wei, Esuko Piemo Cote d'Ivoire, Oma Freno, National 23. Say Onoso Emesia Kan from Omo, or Sia Kanema Rangers, our Scotland. Mohamed Diomande, or a Ghanaian born person, or Bobo right to Dream Academy, but related to Cote d'Ivoire. Also, report reach moi when you call up to the under 23 team or La Cote d'Ivoire. Samed Abdul Salis, Andre Ayew, Mohamed Kudus, Baba Idrisu, Edmond Ado. Na Ukopiemo Wingers na Nesniama, Osman Bukari, Fatawi Shahaku, Ibrahim Osman, Jordan Ayew, Antoine Sebenyo, Air Forwards. Coaches Neo Otuado, Joseph Loman, John Pinto, Fatau Dauda, goalkeepers coach, Eno, Kakra, and so if you oba, made one sem, Eddie Chujakama, Ede Ama Ahefo, would you mind so Ghana Premier League games, how do it me also over the various league centers. Na say, and shall Sumam say resource no, and also esi ekokoye ya. But then once a day to ya na game back where talk from pa or do my grow. Grow and in the bottom. Aya Sante Kotoko. One more any Adriana Stars, any this year. Na game no and the 2-1. So I game controversies. Kotoko and go post match conference no. It's answer coach Grand DNA. Prosperity edi record no bese obe free pitch ne so akọ go bia GT akotoko sa go no ene da screen so na wo he o WTV so no go we ene the second go a referee no GE edit Asante Kotoko ene ne kakra de free over nations Bekum Chelsea come in someone to me ante Go Stars 2 of Okota no 1 Dreams 2 Samatex 2 Nswatreman 1 Mediama 0, Karela 3, RTU 2, and I feel Bichim a share 1 Lagos citizen to me ante. Yamia Duma and Le Heart and Heart of Lions Ebebo 3 p.m. Nakra Lions and Ne Great Olympics about Tuesday 3 p.m. and no Annika Credit so if Roba League Table saying it here Samatex Edda first, Adriana second, Nations third, in Swatrewan fourth. Chelsea 5th, Bechem 6, Kodoko 7th, Heart 8th, 9th, Mediama, 10th, Gold Stars, 11th, Olympics, 12th, Legon Cities, 13th, Dreams FC, and 14th, Accra Lions, 15th, Karela, 16th, Tanabo Fakwa, 17th, Art of Lions, 18th, Real Tamale United, and no, Kakra, and no, Ghana Premier League, week number 22, Bar, Bede Wonsem, Tuja Kama, Ediama for LWT Kasa, for Uniso. You some fancy Minisi. Yamiadoma, a China, they are coming near the Bebremo, LWTV Kasa for Uniso. A gross segment, Jumadi, and not when you saw Oceano. Yakramo.
𝗟𝗜�10 Wesleyan TV, yɛdze Jesus Christ rokɔ wiase nyinara.
ase se watwen ya ma ya bedu asem kese so ene matena se asem kese so no ene ye ka ya bakosem etitireni the church's history. And we are looking at the Methodist Church Ghana. Maybe say question be say which of the heritage sites or Methodism ena wunim so a ewo hefa nti ene oso betimi abeka ye ho frɛ a obetimi atwe baby a ebi wo na abobo the name of the places baby a war the history behind it betimi aka nsem kakra bi afa ho na oso odi ache ye na ye di sua ya de na osofo Global Asante abeka me ho biom ene ye ka the church's history. Osofo, welcome again.
Thank you now.
Okay. Now ye ka ye Methodist abako sema ya na edoso bebre etimi kan cathedrals etimi kan dioceses time Bible buy no but ne wo he na sesi a o kan a otimi sere ka say ampa e Methodist for
legacy sa impenufo edi ejaye no any you know the rich history as Methodist people no fantastic na sisi aya WTV abeyi ebebu ama yetumi abobobo saa emiaye no ho dawuru ma manfo kura so etumi ate asore na sekwan a asore no fa so a ebaye ohwe baby ba ko ya mekwa manage pa the Accra Cathedral. Wesley Cathedral, Afarley Road. Very, very, very fantastic. It's a very special place. Bia okwa Emma uhu enyama abesian ko sabre moving the edifice. The abona ede no ene inua no a yede ebo any senya yesi a design esro no amazing. And another place here the secondary cathedral secondary on Mudi and so it could have some kind of unique yibia I mean
almost
but also Accra there no more of a stone any idea but secondary there no more no end shedda nyet say stone no but no near shedda a painting but wo hwe senior structure no esitie no ne ayi na na nia ewo mu kura no a ma manage pa no the pipe organ no ena sa adoma no
and the time this one
sa adoma no but then the kura me say sa adoma no adoma no na ma wo say yes Methodist time as well say obom pae sorry that time no eno na amanfo ehwe so de sole amanfo ehwe so de ko omomia mia
it's not time ben
Methodist sorry don abo ebo ahomachi 4 am ye ko morning devotion say don no abo etino fall out to don no cathedrals akese na don no wo no ukọ inkrasi na omunni edon na yebo ewa soda no wa ye de car rim
obi na ebo ana
ye wo car on say cathedral de no those times no na omo aheda aye mechanical until no time no so ana enu ankasa abo but fall out to ebeye ye tradition ebeye part of asori no dwumedie no asori dan bia ebesi bia be say tower wo ho na ye de edon no ahyeso no nti no ahoma soso ade ba asewo nti e wo bi a edon no soso eye na yi and it becomes a family heritage ni senipa no ewu kura na odigya ne ma eno nti fie bi wo ma se fie no fie ni ma no are noted for ringing the bell.
So for now so no wa bobi da. So now was read there just wa bobi da.
I remember saying what tata you supposed to be called Inzimano.
Okay.
Afasini circuit. There was one place in Kofobi ba me China me do call Insulezu. And we have a Methodist church there. Na edoni bi ewo asoda na no nti me do mu chinchin ye na me hu edan no so na ha ye no so ha ye Methodist fa so na edon no wo ho. E hon man na me board don no bang me say amafo say Now who do Mambokola? In fact, it was an excursion mood. It's here near so the Yedmilko I infio. Yedmilko I infio, and Yedmilko I infio now hinny beside me say. I didn't know my buy na Makobo I saw na so me method the software method this I saw down mabo. Why I ready so bear so I'm so my board on quite the movie my bear solely. Chief new have any miss I don't seriously okay me method the software there and no so places where
method the software and
you are a tourist so why do you have to come and touch things?
Oh okay.
So I'm just sorry dying but I don't wako so you don't touch things like that. So when you're maternity, no, the don't bono abe synonymous with the Methodist Church. Any intina sorry be a sorry ke to akra no mu ni sa atawa no. Omo odue bi omo di si asodan ni enim. Ne ye de car rim. Car rim no. No omo de ahye ho. Ne ye wo edue bi a we wo ho etse ama ye de bo. Yes, into those who don't have they have a replica. Localized one ye debo nti baby abefe bia no edon no ebo and in those days no community no sa edon no bope so Methodist don na bo edon na bo die adiachi ya bo say and it became so the Methodist church baby bia na Methodist aso no wo bia no edon no bo no ebe ma aso no some kind of name ma aso no gidin I say amanfo society no hwe aso no kra no mo de abo mo bra ni ade
last year Metal Fest no I saw any years some short documentaries be by a best start every Cape Coast diocese into video now be no your best start every Cape Coast for young Congoshembra.
Attention is given to the arrival of Methodism at the Cape Coast Castle, Mame Akroma's house, the Stanfast Hill, also called the Mission Hill, the Wesley Cathedral, the Mother Cathedral. We shall again look at Beulah, also known as Chiri Akonfo, a place where to date fetishism is an abomination due to the work of the Reverend Thomas Birch Freeman. Attention is also given to Infant Film School, Wesley Girls, Commander College, and several others. The Cape Coast Castle served as the first point of call for all the Europeans who arrived in the Gold Coast. Upon arrival, their ships docked at a distance of about 400 meters, and they were fetched by seasoned local canoemen. This was the staircase used by the Europeans as entry into the castle, and this was the gate of entry. Interestingly, it was different from the exit for the slaves who were sent out into the New World. The Cape Coast Castle served as the first home for Reverend Joseph Rhodes Dunwell. At the time of Reverend Dunwell's arrival, Captain George McLean was the governor. The story indicates that he resided there for some days upon arrival on 1st January 1835. that were established by the Methodist Church, Ghana. Again, from 1835 to 1925, this facility served as the headquarters of the Methodist Church in the Gold Coast. The Wesley Cathedral, mother of all cathedrals of Ghana Methodism. This is Wesley Cathedral, Cape Coast, the first Methodist society in Ghana, the premier society. How did it come about? It dates back to the house of 𝗟𝗡 𝗟𝗏. As congregants who met at 𝗟𝗡 𝗟𝗏's house increased, there was the need to find a suitable place of worship for them. A brother to 𝗟𝗡 𝗟𝗏, a Jew, Jin, offered his piece of land which he used to rear domestic animals for building a place of worship. The original building of the cathedral has seen many renovations. It initially had missionaries buried beside it. These missionaries were Reverend Joseph Ruth Danwell, Reverend and Mrs. Wrigley, and Reverend and Mrs. Harrow. Later renovations of the church resulted in the exhumation of the mortal remains of the missionaries and their reburial under the current pulpit of the cathedral. The Reverend Thomas Birch Freeman. The story of Methodism in Ghana is incomplete without the mention of Reverend Thomas Birch Freeman, locally referred to as Quarcoo and widely known as Father of Ghana Methodism. The Reverend Thomas
So these are excerpts from the Cape Coast Diocese, and this was done during the Methofest last year. But anytime I see a video, or I get into Cape Coast and I see a video of or I see the cathedral, the first thing that comes into mind was, national service looking for a Methodist chapel, and the only thing people kept telling me was, oh, men call her Chapel Square, men call her Chapel Square. So that's how come I got to know about the church situated around the chapel, and that's how come the name has been, the place has been named the Chapel Square. Yeah. But it's a beautiful place. Yeah. Watching the documentary, how do you find the whole thing? I
would say the church Nankasa has a significant role we play in Ghana's development up to this time. Kwaya in Sorry Nankasa so a rich history. Boama Ghana tourism no so I was here to me here kwaya be fast the church can partner the Ghana Tourism Authority now yet to me I incorporate this a historical and heritage site into the Ghana tourism year and also be to me aboa ebema amanfo any abom so in terms of say yes baby amanfo to kwan ahwehwe eniama these kind of places also can also be a monumental year was say not to only Methodists alone. So I think I say, but as a nation, you able to make the account, your heritage, any historical site, among for two coin, ebania. They will say, Danwell, eba, Obetna Castle. So they receive him at the castle. But
tourist guide now, Cape Coast Castle, no, yeah, dear, because if you have been there before, you realize that. When they will go through the historical background, he doesn't leave the fact that there's a Methodist church somewhere.
Oh yes.
He doesn't leave it out.
Yes, yeah. because and America say the Methodist church has played a major role in Ghana's history. In Ghana's history, not the Methodist church alone, but the historical churches are now said the mainline churches play a very significant role in Ghana's development. I was say you require a there will be that collaboration, near to me, our integrity in Soreno. Historical sites you we ni ade de beka ye tourism we no ni abom de ro na ma amanfo etumi ehu eniama akoso wo Ghana obi kura te Ghana baby obi kura po onim se ensori no kura no rules omo play no kura no eboaye ma Ghana ebedu mpempenso a ebedu ye nti ehu be nya saa we no
we young sofo. Now, youth, looking at the fact that most of us are living in Accra, there's Accra houses in Hana, but there are times that there are youth week celebrations and all that. They call excursions now. A bit me the excursions now. Now I call the other places, but we still come into our own.
Now I adebia no senia usi ebohu de rufa. Any senia usi eye no fa no ene attractive amanfo ma amanfo eba ho. Eti yansu probably as a sorry no enye heritage month na naze heritage year no enko an ewo se emre no du a ye besesa enkrofo e dia kogu one particular diocese bi se ye metofest nti amanfo mra no mehwe ni ama eko but at least say I saw Nankasa Suso can organize it well, mobilize, and then it becomes some kind of a heritage site. Yeah, bohu de rua amount for award. Menu kra be create me create jobs kra amount for. Enya sorry manu kwa bad. Say o na it's about how you market it, how you plan it, you market it, and then you create the campaign around it, and then it will catch fire. Then people will travel far and near to come and watch what you have. And I think I saw it be to me at Tunkrofwesi on more. On to me Afan as a project and market it, and then let's see what will come out of it.
Yeah, that's it. Now and then I was say who Adzika studio ha. Adzika and now what hefa.
Nah.
Yeah, Safo.
How are you?
I'm fine with yourself.
Nyamiadom. They say me who says me you are over your program no come. And catch a producer say oh mommy leave by 1 month and I'm in cover.
You. On behalf of the producer, I am out leave no.
Intimatia a year after phone na any also global award studio. And now we say me one year na and then said yeah we be kind Asha interview na they is your say you kind heritage on 7 and so producer designated say member keep na membership and you maybe with my I&D a first-hand information on some of these heritage sites in Jamaica. You know, I'm right on the compound of the 𝗦𝗏𝗏 Cathedral.
Okay.
Now, maybe kind of call a Cape Coast Castle because that one a year also for James Walton, a by Bishop Edisei, by any also raised by. They all made mention of the Cape Coast Castle, which although was not the first castle which was built in Ghana, it stands out as one of the monumental castles of the Gold Coast. The reason being that it was the house that is going to harbor or house the first missionary of the Methodist Church Ghana, Reverend Danwell. And so the Cape Coast Castle, which is usually given the name the Swedish 𝗟𝗏𝗏, is one of the 40 slave castles we have in the country. And this was built by European traders. And it was originally a Portuguese fortress which was used to house the sailing Portuguese who came to trade with the people of the Gold Coast. We all remember that the Portuguese first landed in Elmina, and they were met on arrival by Nana Kwame and son. Now, in the year 1653, this castle we are talking about, the Swedish castle, which I have said already was first housed trade-wise by a Swedish African company. They constructed it for the purposes of selling their timber. Now, it was originally a center for timber, I've said, but later it was used to transport the trade of slaves. Indeed, slaves which were brought from the hinterland, some from the northern part of Ghana, others within the eastern corridor, some around the Bronx and Ahafo area, were transported through the Pra area where they would get to Praso and they would go and have themselves watched at the Donkonsuo, are finally brought to the Cape Coast Castle. Now, this castle for a very long time is going to be used as a hub for housing, trading, and transporting business. Now, more importantly for our history as Methodists, this castle is monumental, as I said earlier, because Abra, your papa, Downwell, Joseph Woods Downwell, Airpano, in the year 1835, on the eve of Christmas, this was the place, Papa McLean, who was the governor at the time, housed him. We are even going to be told to say for a very long time before the move away, the confidential move away by a year or so for Freeman. That place is going to be the place where all Methodist missionaries who came preceding Thomas Freeman are going to be housed. Now, this castle also plays a very important role in the life of our fathers, who are the Anglicans. All of us will remember that our father, John and Charles Wesley, were Anglicans who decided by the inspiration of the Holy Spirit to start a certain movement called the Holiness Club, are finally culminated into the Methodist Church, the Wesleyan movement, which we celebrate. But on the compound of the Cape Coast Castle are also the fact that Etitrubi were also buried there, and prominent among them is Philip Quarcoo, who later in his life as an Anglican priest became a headmaster of the school. And he said, Papa, be a near friend of Thomas Thompson, the school our tea on behalf of the Anglican Church, and Papa, a year Philip Quarcoo. But moving away from the Cape Coast Castle, I want to conclude on the fact that it has remained a UNESCO World Heritage Site. And so we Methodists do not directly have any business with it. It is a UNESCO Heritage Site. But now let's quickly come to one of the most important heritage sites in the life of all Methodists, the Cape Coast Cathedral. Now, this is the first Methodist chapel in the connection. It was first opened for worship on the 10th of June, 1838, and was completed in terms of people being able to worship in it. No, but late the year 1922, exactly on the date 10th of February, it was reopened again. And the reason being that for some time, it went under construction because so and the church had to put resources together in order to rebuild it.
Okay.
Now, the beauty about the Cape Coast Methodist Cathedral is the fact that it also not only the first cathedral to be built by the Methodist Church on the land called the Gold Coast, but it also has the remains, the mortal remains of the first missionary, one, the first, Reverend Joseph Downwell, two, Reverend and Mrs. George Redley, and third, the Reverend and Mrs. Peter Harrop, and all these are.
Okay.
And so all these people and all these missionaries, were buried right beneath the altar of the Cathedral. Because early in the morning when I came out to go pay my personal homage to the fathers and the mothers of the church. It was quite inspirational. I don't know whether now you have something to ask before I move on to two other sites which are not directly in Cape Coast, but they are around the Cape Coast area. Specifically, I want to talk about the Nananomo Port in Mankasim, and then I will talk about another heritage site in Anumabo. I don't know whether you want to ask any question on the cathedral.
Maybe sir Asemba could be. Now, Ceciano, as young people, where do we fit in all this history?
All right. So as young people, you know, I have always said on television, especially when we started this program, said until animals will start to tell their own story, the tale of the forest will herald the hunter all the time. Now, for us as young people, it is important that we know our history and know where we are coming from. Because where we are coming from, we won't know where we are going. And because of the influx of modernity and the presence of the new Pentecostal wave, we as Methodist young people do not appreciate where we are come from. But it is very important for us that as young people we will know that if they beat and the Yako baby, you will get the what you're showing. She hated what yes, and you will hate what and you will ban a hating what and it's always very important for anybody who wants to progress in life. The penny for car, the say, if you are near where you are, and this is what history teaches us. It's very important that we are able to know and see what it is and where we have come from. All right.
Also, Orado, Wadabushi, no Bashiboye be a o who say who you are then check about Bashe, she and she wore Banabu.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Eba how we came back a Luaba. Keluaba. Fresh, Dabi, Odake, Jemwana Lobo.
Adzika more benefit we go more benefit.
Ona, Elmina, Jeme, call back a Luaba.
More benefit. We'll find it.
No, she kept was Bishop in Nana.
Bishop and Damis have Botiona. Call back a Wanoaba.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Nti ya ka Cape Coast answer media ya say video ma wa hwe se say ye ba Accra Accra diocese nti e be hwe video e free Accra eba.
Methodism in Accra started in 1838 through the zeal and commitment of a small group of about 20 people led by 3 young men, namely John Ahuma Solomon, John Plange, and Frederick Franz, who met in regular worship and fellowship at Jamestown, British Accra. The group was started by 2 mulatto garmen from Accra, Peter Mayer and a friend name unknown, who had earlier come into contact with William de Graft, a Methodist local preacher, while on a trading trip to Winneba, and experienced the power of the Holy Spirit to convert to Christianity. They became born again and received baptism of the Holy Spirit. The experience made such a deep impression on them that they desired to go tell the good news of Jesus Christ to their community. On their return to Accra, Peter Mayer and his friend rented a house at Jamestown, British Accra, and began meeting in private devotion and fellowship with a small group of like-minded people to study the Christian faith. Delegates from this group attended the first missionary meeting in Cape Coast, organized on 3rd September 1838 by the Reverend Thomas Birch Freeman, a missionary from the Wesleyan Methodist Missionary Society in London, who had come to the Gold Coast to spread scriptural holiness throughout the land by the proclamation of the evangelical faith which gives light to people that sit in darkness under the shadow of death. The fellowship extended an invitation from King Ahuma Solomon, Chief of 𝗟𝗡𝗡, Jamestown, British Accra, to Reverend Freeman, requesting him to visit Accra and establish a mission and a school. The invitation culminated in Father Freeman, as he was affectionately called, arriving in Accra on 24th October 1838 and planting the Methodist Church in Accra on 1st November 1838. He did it by dividing the fellowship group into 3 Bible classes and appointing the 3 enthusiastic young leaders, John Ahuma Solomon, John Plange, and Frederick France, each in charge of a Bible class to establish what we today call Wesley Society, the nucleus of the Accra Circuit, and by extension, the Accra Diocese. Reverend Freeman then started a school on the following day and departed to Cape Coast, leaving the newborn church in the hands of John Martin, his native assistant, supported by the 3 Bible class leaders who later entered the ordained ministry of the Methodist Church in Ghana. The church in Accra experienced rapid growth and members began opening new societies in Accra Township. Thus, the nucleus of the Accra Circuit and Accra Diocese of the Methodist Church Ghana was born. The Accra Diocese is one of 22 dioceses in the Ghana Methodist Conference. It is among the 5 pioneering districts created on 28 July 1961, when the Methodist Church in Ghana gained autonomy from the British Methodist Conference with the Reverend Joseph Thomas Clegg as its first chairman. At inception, circuits in the then new district were Accra, Ebri and Mampong, Dodowa and Prampram, Koforidua, Tema, Late, Nkoko, Somanya, Insawam, and Volta. The district was later limited to the Greater Accra area with the following circuits: Adabraka, Accra North, Korle-Gonno, Abose Okai, Tema, Kaneshi, Accra South, Adang, Peki, and Medina circuits. The La Crème de la Crème Diocese has since its creation given birth to 3 other dioceses, namely Koforidua Diocese, Tema Diocese, and the Northern Accra Diocese. The present-day Accra Diocese stretches from the south of the George Walker Bush Highway to the coastal lines covering the New Aplaku area through to Nungwa and its environs. It shares boundaries with the Winneba Diocese, the Northern Accra Diocese, and the Tema Diocese. The diocese consists of 24 circuits and 99 societies, with the Wesley Cathedral, Asafwache Road, Accra, as its headquarters. The total Christian community within the diocese, which stood at 50,893 at the end of 2021, now stands at 34,418 as at April 2023, following the connectional census exercise carried out. The diocese has 90 ministers in active service. The serving bishop of the Accra Diocese is the Right Reverend Emmanuel Bolabi-Bote, ably supported by Brother Joseph Idiam, diocesan lay chairman, and the Very Reverend Mrs. Doris.
So this tells us that the Methodist Church Ghana has come a long way, and especially the Accra Diocese is way bigger than we even anticipated it would be. But this Accra Diocese give birth to where you are superintendent from. So that's a plus for us. That's a plus for us.
Yeah, but Accra Diocese has given birth to so many dioceses and so
24 circuits, 99 societies. And also
say
we can do more, right?
We could have done a bit more.
They say a bit more still.
Say nenka no dey na kra nyina ka ho. So nenka no dey na kra nyina e ka ho. And I see ano asoa ye kesia. So ta me chena nenka temane no dey na kra na so manya no mu nyina e ka ho. And I see ano tema eko no dey na kra ko so manya ko any ade nti ani akra that was stretch, but there is more room for him. Say ebi mo kwa you can, there is other societies in other areas are still learning development because we can still establish and take more territories.
Yeah, capturing the benefit of the class book, how the class came into existence, class meetings, and I think so class book. And most people don't even have the time to join class. Yeah, thing because we don't want to lose that heritage.
Now, idea. I mean, idea. It was a to me a heritage beer. Yeah, dear man, a sombo. But sometimes wangasa ukuta top secret ingredients here. Nim kwanya ofa so say a sombo. Amount for use no more.
Okay.
I did a research on church communication strategy and its implication for the development of churches.
And you Methodist church in Kwa?
No. Okay. I look at the three main denominations.
Which ones are you looking at?
Pentecostals, charismatic, and then the Orthodox or the mainline churches. Each of them, four churches from each of them. So from the mainline churches, I random selected Methodist, Presbyterian, Anglican, and then the Roman Catholic Church.
Okay.
Then the Pentecostals, Church of Pentecost, Royal Assemblies of God, Apostolic Church, and then the First Baptist. Then the Charismatic, Royal House, Perez, ICGC, and then International Central Gospel, ICGC, and then these four churches were selected because of their dominance over the years, and then their reach, their vastness in terms of their coverage nationally. It will interest you to know that when it comes to engaging new members and how they are able to foster a sense of belonging, the strategies they use to foster a sense of belonging, and it will interest you to know that one of the major strategies they use is a class system.
Oh, okay.
We
brought that
the
into
class system. So different jurisdiction will call it a different name. When you go to the charismatic circle, they call it the cell meetings. And they divide the people into 10 members per group, and they make sure that everybody must belong. You must belong to the. I was saying, a work community. We can meet each other within the community. You can visit each other. We are not going now. We are being forced to bring it into the church, so that when church service is going on, we break the liturgy and go and have the class, because people are not going into the community class. But
so sorry,
and among for so everyone say oba sorry or time na e breaki it na among for so debi or steady time na oba after your class na we no abedwene sorry. So people are just finding a way to just judge the Bible club, but this is a strategy other churches use, especially the charismatics and the Pentecostals use, and then they are intentionally using it and making sure that the members receive whatever they have to receive. It one say you kuta ade ni mo ade ni ba ye no yankasa ye to ya de no de chine system wa eboa. And that was what John Wesley used as his discipleship making tool. Eboa ye ma otumi edi guru Methodist aso no.
Now, share video now about Reverend Thomas Birch Freeman. Was a road not fast so Eddie Cole Kumasi. That's the same road
history has it.
Accra Kumasi Highway.
Yeah, history has it. That.
Anyways, you got to come by your bar. Video free takwa down since you buy a better was.
Welcome to Tarkwa Diocese, a diocese rich in gold, manganese, rubber, and cocoa. Methodism landed on the soil of Tarkwa in 1882 with the arrival of the Ariston Gold Mining Company in Prestia and Tarkwa, coupled with construction of the rail line. This brought about the influx of people, both local and foreign. And the local people, most of whom came from along the coast, came along with the Methodist faith. This necessitated the establishment of churches to cater for their spiritual needs. And this zeal was embraced by all, especially the Fantis, who expressed themselves as Ihian Fansafozi. Ye Wesley Methodist for yes, Wesley Methodist some the years by and see a peda yasum wahaso day, ye Wesley Methodist for quote and unquote. In response to this felt need, a missionary doctor, Dr. Wilkinson of the Ariston Gold Mines in Prestia, on his retirement in 1889, doled out an amount of £40 for the establishment of chapels in Prestia and Tarkwa missions, which grew to Wasa Circuit, comprising Wasa, Denchira, Sefi, Awowin, Pepesa, and Suaman lands. The then chief of Himan also supported this missionary drive with parcels of land and building materials, whilst one mine worker, Mr. Edward Williamson, also saw to the upkeep of the then caretaker. Other laymen and women also contributed their quota, and this led to the formation of societies like Heman, Bogoso, Wase Kropon, Manswa Menfi, Asankregwa, Sefi Bekwai, Sefi Boy Krum. Until 1984, Wasa Circuit was part of the then Secondary District. Due to commitment and dedication of catechist Thomas Dazi, J.E.K. Brew, John Esulfi, and 𝗟𝗡𝗙𝗘, as well as talented and dedicated youth and elderly people, the Wasa Circuit grew steadily into maturity to become a fully fledged circuit, thus becoming Tarkwa Circuit. During the superintendency of Reverend 𝗟𝗡𝗙𝗏, ably supported by stalwart laymen like Papa J.B. Blay and Papa William Kojo Thompson, agitations were made for Tarkwa Circuit to be carved out of Secondary District. At the then 22nd Annual Synod of the Secondary District at Axim, under the chairmanship of Very Reverend W.G.M. Branfo, a motion was moved by late J.B. Blay, seconded by Reverend Noah Dankwa, that Secondary District be split into two, Secondary and Tarkwa District. This motion was ratified at Methodist Conference in 1984, and Tarkwa became the 8th district in the connection.
I welcome you to the stance of the 8th diocese, perhaps in the olden days district of the Methodist Church Ghana. This is Tarkwa Diocese, a diocese which is made up of about 18 circuits, and we have 461 societies that we are taking care of within this catchment area.
So that was the Bishop of the Tarkwa Diocese, Bishop Dodd, ending that documentary with a speech. But this also tells us that as individuals, we also have a role to play. But I mean, the youth of today, how do we help in building the church? Because in how do we continue that construction thing?
Emrantia ni mabaawa yensu yaba na wasi etumi esomu yie.
Okay.
Na yenya esuehunu a mpanimfo de ama yen no. Yenya adaje ne etumi esua. Enne no emrantia ni mabaawa emfo mo ho hye eniama mu bebre make sure say ye besua de ani asua ne yie. Enne se obewe a ama emrantia ni mabaawa kra ba asori a ye asori dwumadi a o kine bi no ebetumi aboa o mo no. Phone so no more. social media, the phone, they are not even paying attention. Until no one say Ochinano, a decanfo ababy and omeja assorne, the amaye. Yen so muye, near suing to me so more china yet to me the eja, yen chilima. Say the next generation for fra, a best so idea anymore, and to me and yabi papa, I'm fan chile, I'm fan and ya omo next generation. They have done their next generation a very disservice. And the young and it is our responsibility. And they say you to me a suani, no china, yet to me I then Edia extreme money. And yes, tomorrow we'll have nothing to share. See, yes, near to me and build on.
That will be the Nisika by Bruni no by no, Oba Takwan or Nisika by. Chiefs no more crony monozuma. Asase enenne edi ehu takwa diocese e hye ofa baby wo takwa de honu ma be hu another church tina che say obi nso na ye nti we would have to maintain it in our own way.
Yes. Ya ne sa wo so ni a wo so wo ne say obebo homode na baby a wadu no be so mu na wo so wetumi ai den a preserve wetumi de agya enchirema amuso wetumi asomuye anya sa de a
so for your dance na NSC a be cause so many dances e culture ni a e cause so e wo ho meso fest no ni ama young people e kabo mu no ma yengo TB mba.
The 𝗟𝗏𝗏 diocese was created out of the Tema diocese as the 15th diocese of the Methodist Church Ghana at the Kumasi Conference in August 2002. The history of the 𝗟𝗏𝗏 diocese cannot be separated from the history of the 𝗟𝗏𝗏 circuit because the 𝗟𝗏𝗏 diocese has its roots and foundation in the 𝗟𝗏𝗏 circuit. In 1991, there was a vision to create the 𝗟𝗏𝗏 district, now diocese. The vision remained a mere dream until the very Reverend 𝗟𝗜𝗓𝗏𝗍𝒑 was posted to 𝗟𝗏𝗏 as the superintendent minister of the 𝗟𝗏𝗏 circuit in 1996. He was the one who worked out the strategy for the actualization and acceleration of the diocesan process. The proposal for the creation of the diocese went through all the due processes of the church, and at the Methodist Conference in Kumasi in August 2002, the 𝗟𝗏𝗏 diocese was granted. The circuits that originally formed the diocese were Adan circuit, 𝗟𝗏𝗏 circuit, Dodoa, Akonsombo, Akusekpon, and Adanfo circuits. The 𝗟𝗏𝗏 diocese was inaugurated on the 30th of November 2003 at the Bethel JHS field. The bishop and the lay chairman were also inducted into office by the Most Reverend Dr. Robert Abuaji Mensah. The diocese currently has 9 circuits, and they are as follows: 𝗟𝗏𝗏 circuits, Dodoa circuits, Akonsombo circuits, Akusi, Agomanya, Bon, Obawale Insutapon Abuabu circuits, Asesewa circuits, and Osudoku circuits. The Diocesan Planning Committee tasked some members of the diocese to come out with a suitable logo for the diocese. They came out with the following: a crest with the Adome bridge at the top left corner of the crest. At the top right corner is the Akonsombo and Bone dams, with a big red cross separating the bridge and the dams. The cross is standing in a valley of 2 mountains, and underneath the mountain is a river. This is the explanation of the items represented on the logo. 1 is Adome Bridge. The Adome Bridge links the Eastern region and the Volta regions. It is one of the tourist sites in Ghana. Water and dams. The water represents the Volta Lake that powers 2 dams. It also supplies water to one of the biggest water pumping stations in Ghana and supplies water for irrigation of farms from 𝗟𝗡𝗙 to 𝗟𝗡𝗏. The dam represents the Akonsombo and 𝗟𝗡𝗏 hydroelectric dams in the country. It is one of the largest man-made lakes in the world. The third is the Green Highlands. These represent the hills and mountains and the rich vegetation in the area. Fourth is the Giant Red Cross. It stands for what the Methodist Church Ghana is doing in this part of the country, that is, bringing Christ to the people. The current executive of the diocese is the Right Reverend Moses K. Jackson, Sobanya Diocese and Bishop. Brother Abraham 𝗟𝗓𝗏𝗘 is the late chairman, and Very Reverend Jane Daw.
Well, as the 15th diocese in the connection, they have done very well for themselves.
No, I'm not talking about circuit. I'm talking about diocese.
Okay,
so Adan and Adanfo are part of 𝗟𝗏𝗘 diocese.
Okay.
It was not the circuit that were part of Somanya diocese.
Oh, okay. And currently you are standing on your own.
The 𝗟𝗏𝗘 diocese, when Somanya diocese was going, it remained the voter areas.
Okay.
Including Adan and Adanfo, Japan, all areas, all were part of 𝗟𝗏𝗘 diocese until recently. 𝗏 diocese was couched out of 𝗟𝗏. So 𝗟𝗏 has given birth to Somanya. I've also given birth to 𝗏. But Adan and Adanfo are part of the 𝗟𝗏 diocese and not even part of Vota or Somanya.
Interesting. But is there your phone lines 025-625-3461, 025-625-3461. And then your question is say, how many Methodist heritage sites do you know, and where can you locate them? Into Freya, Unima, Nawaka, Unim Susua, Nayachoni no, or Bibika Efahua, then you tell us. You will be here so far, then we'll also know where we stand here at the headquarters. But the church has done well in birthing so many societies into circuits into dioceses and all that. But we have done well. As youth, young people, you were saying something about us maintaining the heritage. Apart from the fact that we have to sit in the churches, listen to what the preacher man is saying, going to class and other things, how do we evangelize to bring more people into the circuits and then the societies?
And so this time around, as a church, the whole strategic plan, you double your membership, you grew. Not only are we just growing, but also to transform our lives and then also to grow spiritually as a Christian. And so all departments and as all the coordinating offices in Ghana grew and youth directorate and so to quite strategically so that we can also spread the gospel, establish more churches and then bringing more people into the Methodist fraternity. And so strategy need that, but I can say young people no ebe avail omuhuye. So now enyama trainings ne ade to kwemu any leadership training ne discipleship conference ne training ne evangelistic training yeah ama one more able to me as spreading they must avail themselves for the training. Send a baby to me a carry because in Penifona when it is totally unfair to others get evangelism week na ye kukurumu to see mothers and fathers me wafo ene kokurafo say ye pair almost say omunko kurumu na mrante ne mabawa enam ho no. I mean, it's an error.
So the young people should do the evangelism.
I mean, when it comes to, I mean, entering, because you have the zeal, the power. I mean, you have the you're healthy. Oh, I'm wondering, oh, baby, abrewa anasa kokra be nante akokakra obegina adwena home no. You can go beyond. You can go beyond. So we expect the young people to avail themselves more. And they over revival ne church programs na there. Ebe yo won say empanifo bebre na omo abo omo bra bebre na wie no. Omo mpo na eba revival programs in Bible studies in prayer meet. Omo kra na eba chen young people.
Fireman online. So good morning, fireman.
Yeah, morning. Did you have a call here?
I don't know. Sorry.
Never switch any problem. Money is my farm. We are at the Ghana mine.
Yes, we are that.
About them, Kakra, me name for Wesley Cathedral. Accra Cathedral. No. Say, you want to know? A cemetery. So led by Manchester Italia or Shosenia method 4 years to ma. Omusumia mi ye no. Ino mudi assassinima method 4. Internal earthquake BC 2 times. I saw that yesi ane bubu. Internal abrofonu diun say. I will say your mamu authentic fantabulous blocks are. You be see I saw that na. Say they be to me china. And it's now about the whole Ghana. Methodist I saw yes by Wesley Cathedral. People come there to snap pictures. No wonder they say omo musum yami ye paano. Omo Wesley Cathedral. So Wesley Cathedral, ewa bakotem papa pomowa. Wouldn't say Ghana, your first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the one whom na oko taking paibo, and on bedi seat, ewa odododo. Eya bakotem kese pa oko no na ebom paimano. Eya bakotem kakami.
Yo, fireman here that's it pa. Also bet to me a phrase 0256253461 0256253461. I mean, that's saying and you can say it used to be a cemetery. I didn't know. Called a band. It was every year, no December. I think the second Wednesday in December, no you call bomb pie kakara. Na you show more we show mu di mu Facebook.
What band?
Yeah, you know, and my mom was telling me, say, oh, you see and comfort to be one. And I'm saying, well, if I say, when I was doing something, hey, now they say, oh, it used to be a cemetery. I was like, wow, really? We are still working on it.
Any cemetery, no per se, but I saw from Peninphobia, during those times, you know. They were buried. They were buried there.
Oh, okay.
I would say missionaries in Cape Coast, no puppet and I say, but we are the first Ghana year will be the sorry name Sophie Jacob Adama Stevens.
Okay.
Ne you
ah, internet to know. Hey, not just a better this way. Addition power. You it's mission near my baby. Hello, Abeku. Good morning. And now, man, probably another one here.
Sister, na.
Yes.
Na, let's say.
I mean, I don't know what's way.
Good. Heritage Center. Name say, yeah, at the Quarcoo. And with me a pie. Human Methodist a walk Jamestown on.
Fufro na said that dano.
But okay.
Fufro na said that dano.
Jamestown, they say, yeah, Safachinati Road, okay.
Freeman Methodist,
the same area, yeah.
Jamestown, the very old one, the one is closer to the Machaguna Park.
Neo customs, no.
There's one closer to a certain park.
Yeah.
And I make a new one a very small one, and it's closer to the
Bukum Park. Yes. And the old one.
Yes.
Old one.
Pacho, when you best presiding, say, oh man, in court a one. Somebody renovation people now my youth to follow the house, young youth service, and not important. But to leave that whole monument, no. In fact, that tells first, no. Now, pulpit, no, it's the center. That is in the middle of the church, in the sanctuary, the middle. Then I'm saying, I'm sorry, you see left to say right. No, first, none in us the middle. That is the only church. The pulpit is the middle. That is the right spot where the pulpit must be. It is something that we have to cherish and hold it in high esteem. I don't think so. I was a Methodist for the tutu as a grant. Yes, presiding. The Ombomodiana, only Sikaka, only renovation. Then from my youth for public service. Oh. We say a number one, and I'm on the
I beg you,
class assemble and not the
times, you know.
I think Jesus cross.
I said, Jesus cross.
Also, time I they call Golgotha or Chian style.
Ain't Rachel, Uti, Abekwa, can the answer no, or say where there's a Jesus cross. Last time, no, say a gamma lizard. And now about or say Jesus cross in the ate. You do brain games why you very unveily assembly. And so that old building there Freeman book of honor. Uchemuna ya hata ni ama ewoso.
Na una wakra mode den sia eden na mode
oh ya be say dia ma presiding ne abekwa ka say yan kan yan fa nkoma presiding na on hwe ne odi beye
be na meka say as a church na betumi on sa historical monument ya ye wo ne ye dey tell the story of Ghana and also
but the name is still there
ye betumi
it hasn't been used
ye betumi aboa ye ma yet to me generate some kind of income crowd more able to me so ama young people no crowd so adwuma e wo mu ni ade enti na wo say ye hwe na yet to me every package say Nyankopon e adom na yetua Wesley Towers ni wi a I was say to me hwe ye take the historical heritage site as a project na ye hwe ni to me marketing yi na no so to me the income ebre asore na bu adwuma
so for that now so this goes to all Methodists. Only so unja Wesley Towers sikana 400 cities in pacho yempo how but ya na yen set agenda emma the rest of the places I will say it me CC hona and also to me generate skakakra and the ma asore no into tia Wesley Towers sikana ne
but Wesley Towers nankasa no edifice no is a very great monumental heritage.
We didn't even talk about
that. Heritage.
It's a new one.
ABC though. Hey. I'm for call no more. And so no what we are talking about. Almost I saw them 14 and 14th floor nankasa. But for the first time that the Methodist Church Ghana has something like that. So I'm 40 I saw them near Wesley Towers no one contribution no money send the this can be banner omu na ko boy o na se bibi na so mu kopu na so mu ba so oh you betua
on that note let's all pay for that amount 400 cedis to your Methodist near and patch as of one come to be see ni na obi ye obi enfrim and as of one to be
oh aden
so
from 400
until let's all pay so once I back on a few seconds now we'll last comment into
na I mean everything I make can say adeba ku so was here na eniama and for the jaya identify ma Methodist aso no agidin na ekwachi no e was say ye hwema sani amaniama ni nyina no etumi eka it also tells a story. I mean it gives as part of your branding. So the Pentecostal church is doing well when it comes to the church branding. Into your branding no yes you are sorry dan ya is and I was here to me no mandatory. Every Methodist is sorry then be abesibia no tower no wo mu with the bell. Yes, there was to me. I mean, it tells a story.
Say Nazi society going for building.
It tells a story. I mean, it gives some kind of historical to the community and the church as well. As a for Manusha and Yama Bibri. And people were dedicated in the bell ringing. A month for a year to watch a Juma. A month for a year to watch a Juma. Papa. People wake up at dawn and at all church time meetings, they were dedicated and always there to ring the bell. People have been dedicated and they Methodist Maya Bano. Obiya Bibika Krebia Opiska. Inti na obekọ asori mu se eyi asori allowance asori edema church members obi adi dwuma kakra bi a tin unye sika kra na wetumi ede aye eni ama e wo se wetumi de ye. So we must all come together, and then what the penufo ejama yen no yen so amri edu ye so we should come with all the commitment and the love for God's work. Ni yen so yen fantoa edikanfo adwuma ne so.
Yeah, that's it, simple. So you heard from the very Reverend Samuel Glover Asante, or your communications practitioner. Mr. Medin Eddie Messna, you try your by your bar. And the brain game in the answer no ebe bro yakwaba.
Freedom, Ghana, land of freedom, freedom, Ghana. We now have freedom, everybody. Toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which are brought praise of, yeah. Toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which are brought praise of, Yengo Vive, Ghana, land of freedom. Freedom, Ghana, we now have freedom. Everybody, toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which have brought result. Yeah, toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which have brought result. Yeah, toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which have brought result. Toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which have brought result. Kwamba Yangwe, Ghana, land of freedom, freedom, Ghana, Aba. We now have freedom, everybody. Toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which have brought result. Aba. Toils of the brave and the sweat of their labor. Toils of the brave, which are wrong. Mr. Yangaraya Sassini, Aya Body Nemayen, Bojana, no Shigo Yantito, Homayen, and to many was so, say a baby, Viataso, Nimdian Traso, Conton Granny, Ape, Samin Gomina, Eddie, them, Oma, and the Hondo, Atom, Omano, Seveyo, Omano, Seveyo. Yes, and now, Oman for Rale, Omano Sepeyo, Omano Sereyo, yes, and now, Oman for Rale, Omano Sepeyo, Omano Sereyo, yes, and now, Oman for Rale, Messiana Raya Sassini, a board in Demayan, Bojana, no Shigo Yandeto, Omayan. And to me, was so, say a viataso, in the traso, conton granny, a pez, and in Gomina, and the them, Ama, Oman, the Hondo, Atom said, Omano Seveyo, Omano Sereyo, yes, and now, say, Oman for Granny, Omano Seveyo, Omano Sereyo, yes, and now, say, Oman for Mr. Ghana will say, yeah, Seva, Kwampa, Mr. Ghana will say, yeah, Ghana, yeah, Ghana, yeah, so, Kwampa, Mr. Ghana will say, yeah, Ghana will say, yeah, Ghana, yeah, Ghana, yeah. So, Ose Ghana, Ghana, Ose Ghana. Ema weni yo, ma weni jesa wo free Ghana, ma weni jesa wo ye Ghana, ma weni jesa wo free Ghana, ma weni jesa wo ye Ghana. Ghana ya de se ma ye, Ose, ya go go o me imo, Ose, ya o timba o me imo, Ose.
Ghana, ma we need say free Ghana, ma we need say ene wo Ghana ha. This is Ghana. This is the only place that we are in. So let's make sure that we do things that would support us. It will make us grow as a country. Major thanks for staying with us. It's time for us to go. Yes, Anna, ya yet to say Kwalebia. Dear mammy, could just say giant, not so quick, Jimmy. Yen peso beko, yes, that's why yen peso a bedinichi, Ediaco. But answer na back on. Oh, Rachel, I don't know what's oh, yen peso beko. They all know that we don't even want to go. But before we go, I want to acknowledge our sponsors. And Omo Mudi on birthday this week, Ninano. Let's say happy, blessed birthday to you. Are you celebrating your birthday?
This week.
tomorrow, it's not to say me bunny birthday. So we just 6. And all those celebrating their birthdays this week, we say blessed birthday to you. Rachel, happy birthday in advance. It's now.
Thank you. No.
This week, yeah. Hey, every track cake, wow.
Yes.
Happy birthday. So birthday is not already. Yeah, sure more moody on birthdays this week, no. Okay. And ya can decide. And young call now my answer to the brain game, no, and
okay.
The brain game, and I'm here.
And brain game, no, the beginning of the show, yeah, they a Adinkra symbol, Ashafo, Nana ye bisase. What is the name of this Adinkra symbol? And so far we have some messages, from 𝗟𝗜�10 Hacho, or say the answer is 𝗟𝗜�10. Yes, I Sylvia from Winneba, or say the answer is Abain. And from Very Reverend Stephen Mensah, Cape Coast, and also say the Adinkra symbol for today is Abain. And let's unveil to see the name for the Adinkra symbol. So there you have it. The name for the Adinkra symbol is Aban. The name for the Adinkra symbol is Aban. Aban is the Akan word for fortress or castle. It is a symbol of strength, seat of power, authority, and magnificence. And
it'll be the correct one.
Yenya 2 answers correct. Yenya 2 answers correct. Your two answers correct.
I didn't even try answering it because I catch and say,
we know everything. We are genius.
We know the answer. So, but answer na better so no my enko. Thank you. And share sponsors ni na bako Danwell Insurance. Danwell Insurance, insurance policies be brave now, but no, now you can for personal accident policy at the mao. Say, Kebeja, bet me this kakaka to ho. Send a it's nebi unaimuku, and I say, Kabi Koboa, which me go fast as can edia show. Afe so KFK Foods, and a power a commode de wa. Upe breakfast, upe lunch, upe supper. Bibi, I don't be out piano, and a power bit when you be with KFK. Ube home, Wesley Towers, first floor, a honoma. Ukwa right hand side or now be home. I think so. Sankofa natural spices and the spices are the way you na making sure the Sankofa eka because Sankofa the natural way to cook your food. Odi ka we do and we do be I'm sending open. Multi-credit savings and loans and open loan na ubetumi ehun nationwide baby a obeko bia no anase ukita phone po na type baby a multi-credit wa ubehun omitwa kwan kra enye yira kwan bia sa and open loan so a oni omukasa ubetumi ama loan interested that so e kitwe bi ntibetumi etua na wasan edi akoje foforo afe soso yenko Methodist Investment and Properties Limited ene ope Lacoste ope African Prince ope Castle ope Stoves ope Sanctuary Investment bia ope bia efa asofo ntare ho ena afe nso Lacoste anniversary cloth na obetime nya bi ewo MIP of ho obehu omo ewo Grant House omo Grant House first floor ena last floor ewo Grant House omo adjacent the Holy Spirit Cathedral afe nso Methodist University Ghana ene open school papa akwa me kanfo Methodist University e de amao baby a wo bia wo tema dansoman wenchi uben baby amabobo ya obetimi nya Methodist University wo ho akọ enti file forms we Methodist na free onye Methodist na ubetua kakra bi pe na yehwe na you qualify for it I beji watu mu pepepe edase. Are we going or we have some birthdays? Okay, we have a birthday to celebrate. Okay, so the Reverend Richard Bradley Foley, a circuit minister in the circuit, precisely Gethsemane Methodist Church, wishing you a blessed new year, long life, good health, and prosperity. This is from Emmanuel. So, say we're wishing you a blessed birthday. Enjoy the day, enjoy the year, and stay blessed. What's all your birthday this week? Me say happy birthday. Echna metwa birthdays ni so. Enti ene Ghanaian proverb of the day, a day. Okay. The sun never sets without fresh news. The sun never sets without fresh news. And then I can say, unko fa maybe emma honye dinda. Condition be a woman be a ni auko no. Adibechino na eko. There is always light at the end of the tunnel. Inti mema enye to say we ne asemato ninti uni obia na fanyankopon asem ede juju wakoma na echina ubenya ni esese unya bia. Inti don't worry. Keep praying, keep hoping, keep the hope alive, keep the hope burning. Thank you so much. We call it a day. My name is Miss Na, and I was here with
Rachel Mercy Ahen.
And the Echna, your best I am. It's a Tuesday, you bring nothing.
In church, Jumadia Sronqua, Methodist, Yasha at the Airbreb, in church, so you best see a dear, Afa, the Nim Efanyan Copon, yes, to Christo, home, Kong, and a sunny to your Gidiamo Anamo, a bepens and pens, a Gidiano Fappem, Yan church, you be pisa, you best see a neighbor. Kayawe, na yen see a the hour yan church, so yan church, Yama Gidiano at the hope pepe.
A faith-based television company is looking for sales and marketing executives who have the ability to prepare sales proposals, must have good customer relation skills,
and excellent interpersonal skills, must have good understanding of advertising, must be computer literate, must not be intimidated in working outside sales, must be self-motivated and self-starters, must have good communication skills, both written and verbal. Being a Methodist and previous sales experience in television or radio will be an added advantage. All applicants must have a university degree or relevant qualification in sales and marketing. Interested applicants should email their CVs to wesleytvofficial@gmail.com or deliver to the front desk of WTV offices at the following locations. In Accra, locators at the Grant House adjacent the Holy Spirit Cathedral in Adabraka. In Kumasi, KO, in Rome, Ashtown, or any of the diocesan offices of the Methodist Church Ghana. For further enquiries, contact 059-311-0733 or 0244-724087.
Kovi Tiger Nut Powder, Yakofa Ediapa, Way if you Kovi Organic Foods for Ensem. Yeka Waseno, Eye Atadia Yatadia, Ane Yahata, Yevi and Yesi baby, Yadi from Fidium Nia Yam, and to be a Wombiano, a organic ankasa. The Yakan is saying sono, day, or your Bema or your Bana would see, were full a day when Nimono, a sombroso. Winning mammy, papabi, Wesitre Yari, and Asa Mujabroso, and Asa Mujan Crazy near Fusania. Mr. A Kovi Tiger Nut Powder. And what you know, you can't say ya, yin to your war, or your bad time, I will marble friend for. We hear for super. It was a winny. Now, Bobby to me a friend Afarley, A 0244 787639 and a 0558 400 265. Kovi Tiger Nut Powder. Akwaya ne 2-in-1 etunya bitwa o tu chicken no o tu hunwe eya pombi papa e na odi ama wo se dwedi enkratui FDA ahwehwem age atom se eye
Power Specialist Herbal Hospital emamu nyina akwaba e de ba Accra branch yi mu pokuase kwabanya main road no so aha eno manfo a ya wanya fracture jese wo mo na mu abuo africhie na empokura wo susu se bia obi na ato omaduru wo mom konya akwanhia pra ha na onya yaresa Dr. Kosua Aduaya enipa yenim na bia yenso ka na ahwere nim anadwo wo bedi wato ho ahwew se ebetoa no asori akọ Power Specialist Herbal ewo enfidie scan ya hwehwe wo nipa dua no mu na ekse yare kura ha wo wo do mu ndro na anam no asan yare kura yare ba ko so ne saye omombre pa hepatitis B sciatica stroke diabetes akomam yare ahoro typhoid awo dunso mu yare ni nyina Power Specialist Herbal Hospital Koko Accra or Kwabenya ACP Road Kumasi or Feyasi Wani Josbro Filling Station the Divianimu and Atakra so Anadi Estates Customs Road Ghana have a Biobia will be Anfre 0244 54 44 22 and then 0200 38 38 31
Power Specialist Herbal Hospital
Hepatitis B Ayarisa Fian Kasa
Institute ayaresabia ahotonia sumdua shehoma edian no wakwankyere ne adekodia poten no a epia ma otokoso wa abrabomu nanso sensanom ne nubone fa basa betwa wa akwan mu a eyi wa adwene firi obotaye no so wo Piptest Institute no yebetumi aboa wo ne wabusuafo a muhia mo anyina ma wogye ayemodea ye ayaresabia sebi yebeboa wona wato nsane nubone fantentan mu ayaresabia ibotaye ne se ebeboa adwuma mu nimdifo asuafo ni nipa ahodo nyina ama watu anamon a edikan a edifa ahodie bebre won mpanimfo a yene won di dwuma no bi ne wona a wo hwa adwene mu yare afutufo ni adokotafo ni anesefo a wode won ho afiri nsanom ne nubone fansem yatete saa nimdifo yi na wo nimdia ne nyoma pa ebo ayarefo no na de atwam nso ne se ayaresan hyehyeye ni gina abefo hyehyemu ni US hyehyeye a wode di dwuma no Piptest ayarehwe ne fie die nyina ayepe yayaresan hyehyeye no gu ahodo na ebi ne medical monitored detox program residential rehabilitation Yesan to me fire nananom akwa ahodo so sayare na bi nso ne group therapy, 12-step AAA programs, recreational therapy, ne nia ekeka ho. Oyarefo ne da achihye ase bra ode ne nan besi biaye ho no a. Piptest Institute ya bear for ayaresabia ehwe won a wado suko won sane nubone famu. Na ani wiase afa na nhyehyeye nyina nso yepe. Adampa ahodo a ye wonu bi ne VIP rooms, professional rooms, standard rooms, and air-conditioned rooms. Laundry services ye free. Ahobambon nsem nso wo sro kama. Yesan wo bia ya osua de na eba no aduane sem de a uni hawkra. Ye na tru kwan wo kumasi kochi e wa Asante Mantam Ghana. Sa wo pentremu bia nso a mepa chow frayan wo 0245 849185 ana 0322 496188. USA Fonson frayan wo 404 735 7697. Abel Fontaine Tansu Behunu Yenwo www.marthaedu.org. Piptest Institute, the Extension Center for Integrative Therapy, home away from home.
Freedom, Ghana, land of freedom.